All right, yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. 4AS already in the house. What's up, what's up? Give up your reverence for Kirky Boy. Imagine having a go at Libs for disrespecting Kirk and then having fireworks at his funeral. Show us your rack. Your dog. Kirk's Rack City. Yep, boobs. Okay, fair enough. The Lemaz 85 in the house. How are you? Welcome to the stream. And yeah, today we're going to be going over, as the chat has already been talking about, we're going to be looking at being wholly reverent for Charlie Kirk and like the mysteries of the reverence of his martyrdom. Let's be honest. More about like, I guess, how it's being weaponized. Really, that's what we're going to be looking at. And then some, strange, no, not strange actually when you think about it, but some interesting theories about the connection between Kirk and Israel, which has kind of potentially led to his demise, or at least, it doesn't look great. The optics aren't good. And we've been speaking a bit about optics this week already. And we're going to be looking at some other things like what's going on with the UN at the moment, because it's all happening. They're meeting for the 80th General Assembly. And, there's a lot of massive geopolitical stuff going on when it comes to what's happening, I guess, with Gaza, but like also just like general security stuff. So what's happening in the Ukraine is being spoken about a lot. What's going to be happening in terms of Arab security against the rogue state, which is Israel. It's all happening at the UN level. So we're going to be speaking a bit about that and NATO as well, and getting on to other things. Just here to watch a trash fire. Sup, sup. Welcome to the stream today. And yeah, we were off yesterday, so it was unfortunate that we missed out. I had errands that I couldn't get out of, unfortunately, and it took up the middle part of my day, which was annoying, which is the part that I get to stream. But, here we are. And I've got technical issues today, which I'm very, very disappointed about, but it is seemingly the way of the beast here. My free tube has gone down, and so we're back on YouTube today to watch videos, and I do apologize up front because I do not have YouTube Premium, and we're gonna get hit up by ads. So I do apologize. This is taking us back to, the early days of the streams. 4AS will remember when we used to have to put up with watching ads before videos and during videos and stuff like that. And then Avalavik beautifully came up with a solution for that, FreeTube. And, it really helped a lot. And now we're going to have to deal with that. The boys are fighting over Gaza in public. Ooh, there it is. And so, yeah, we're going to speak about that event today. Yeah, boo ads, I know. So that's Indoctrinathan speaking in the stream chat in Discord. So Dr. Nathan, yo, Jungle Potatoes, Firefox plus uBlock Origin. Get on it. Good to know. I will investigate that. I might reach out to you separately on that one. Yeah, I don't know if I can read that one out. Um, yeah, they put ads during live streams now. What? Yeah, well. That's crazy. Bastards. We can only see the YouTube chat. Oh yeah, that's interesting. No, but like it's there. I don't think there's anyone in Twitch at the moment. That's why you're not seeing any chat. There's one viewer, but no one's written anything. I'm just monitoring the Twitch now. So it's there underneath the YouTube. Oh, it's there. Let me have a look. Yeah, it's definitely there for us. There's just nothing there. Ah, brother. How you going, brothers? Lap Jeff in the house. Yeah, Twitch. I'm pretty sure the Twitch chat is there for us. But yeah, so massive. Sorry. Yeah, YouTube can put ads on live streams, but I think the creator has final say on it if they play it or not. Right. Okay. Yeah, I know that Twitch obviously does that. I know some creators negotiated their way out of that situation. Yo, 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 what's up? What's up? Give up your French president attempting to save his legacy. It does seem like that. Seriously, get off Chrome. Yeah. Well, if there's another version that works, um, without ads, then yeah. Bro, you need to download Firefox and install uBlock. Get off Chrome and go ad free. See, I'm worried about like doing that as a content creator and using like ad blocking services and stuff like that. I don't get penalized by the scary algorithm, if you know what I mean, by the machine. Oh yeah, you can see me for us. Yo, 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 Zoidberg wants his explosive rocks, yo. Avalava in the house. How are you? All right, so I want to catch up on a couple of things that we missed out yesterday. I would have played this yesterday because I think it's important because we've been speaking, relatively broadly about this issue. Not everyone does it. Okay. Well, if everybody does it, Firefox is the only browser that does not does not run off Chromium. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, look, I will look into it then. You know what? I'm even going to write it down and do it. Hey? No, everyone does it. Yeah, I'm going to look this up. I'm having this chat live. But yeah, I don't know what happened to FreeTube. I really like it, but like, unless they do updates, everything catches up and it just crashed today. So it's not playing anything, unfortunately. But yeah, it's going to be important, I think, that we go over this because we've been talking about this language for a while and the move from like this idea of the Dark Enlightenment and going full authoritarian on things. And the Charlie Kirk funeral was kind of a weird coming together of, I guess you would say, Dark Enlightenment ideas. There was really this feeling of like imminent war. Like before, I guess the language was a lot more relaxed and general. It was like, us versus them. And now it's really kind of open warfare discussion language. And Trump said some very questionable Trump things, but in the context of kind of somebody's funeral and these idea that politicians are actually there to kind of bring an air of civility to a discussion and not fan the flames of like violent hatred. Trump has gone a weird direction with this one, especially after Erica Kirk had said some things about, she basically said, which is pretty big and very actually in tune with the whole Christian rhetoric of everything. She was basically like, I forgive you, whoever you are that like killed Kirk. I forgive you. Like it was very Christian kind of thing. And then Trump got it and he's just like, I don't care what you say, Erica, like kind of thing. We're at war. So we're just gonna have a quick look at the snippet of that. It's like a 45-minute fucking eulogy he gives, and we're not gonna go there. And like, I use the term eulogy, you googly, very, very loosely. Let's be honest, because like him, there was Stephen Miller one that I was speaking to Voltaire about. It's really, really like politically charged kind of stuff. It's like you're in some type of 1930s Nazi Germany rally almost. And we'll do some comparison there. You got to keep FreeTube updated because they're playing the cat and mouse game with YouTube. Since you're on Mac, I recommend Homebrew to keep things updated easily. I just went through and tried to find the updates though. So I don't think they've released the update yet. Like it's just happened. Avalava. So yeah, I know what you mean. Like I constantly am checking for the updates, but I just rechecked it and re-downloaded it for that purpose. And I was like, oh, it must be there's some new update or something that I'm missing. Nah, I don't think they've released one yet that keeps up to date with it. But yeah, his stuff. Thank you for the link. Yeah, the way that he has framed this conversation. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but like I had people that aren't very even politically minded, like messaging me, like friends and stuff, and be like, "Oh, have you seen what Trump has been saying? You know, it was pretty crazy that him saying this at somebody's funeral." And I'm like, "Oh, this is the language of war. This is how politicians talk when they think they are at war, ideological warfare, I think." But this is the type of language that leads you to places like World War II. So let's just have a listen to what Trump has to say. And I do apologize if we get hit up for ads. I will do my best to screen that experience for you, and we can just watch them in silence or something. Actually, the FreeTube one is not being updated, so never mind. Okay. But yeah, I'll wait for that. FreeTube is still an ad blocker website, so if you're a risk with ad blockers, you're taking the same risk with FreeTube. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a fair point. I will take it. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, shall we?
About who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
Like, remember, she just said, like, it was really fucking emotional, but like, she literally just was like trying to turn the other cheek and trying to be a bigger person, and was just like, I forgive you, whoever you are. Jesus said that when he died on the cross, I forgive you. And then he comes up with this. Like, I would be offended if I was her. Like, it takes a lot to forgive someone, right? And especially someone who's just killed your husband. And he's just like, I'm sorry, Erica, I can't do it. I hate people. And they're all laughing and stuff.
Charlie's angry. Looking down, he's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words: God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing: use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that?
See, this is something that I think we should investigate on this stream, right? Is this idea that America is full of these paid actors, like not in the sense that like some false flag operation, but like these people that are paid and picked up by the state, or like, I don't know, billionaires and stuff like that, to go and riot and break stuff and look like they're with a certain demographic of rioters or protesters, to kind of muddy the water and make the system bad. And so like you hear them talking about this a lot, but you hear people on both sides of the aisle talking about this, like this idea that, yeah, people are paid to, like, they're flown in from other states or driven in from other states, and like, yeah, it's orchestrated. They're paid to kind of protest and like make, yeah, protesters look bad, or like all this sort of stuff, or they're just paid generally to kind of destabilize the nation. So I think we should investigate this at some point and see what the truth is behind this, because I hear a lot of people talking about this, not just him, but their rhetoric is a lot of this at the moment, which is, hey, there are bigger elements at work here. It's not just the average citizens trying to express themselves. There's people that are professionals or like, big moneyed interests that are trying to destabilize the nation, and we're going to crack down on it. That was one of the big things about his Antifa raid, about how he's going to go after Antifa and listed a terrorist organization. It's not just to get the individuals, it was to give the Department of Justice license to go after people like, for him, like people like George Soros and stuff like that, like billionaires who support the Democratic Party. So they are obviously paying, for civil unrest, and they need to be brought to justice because they're tearing the nation apart. It's an interesting concept because I don't know if other countries really get down to this level of, I don't know, psyops or like covert operations that the Americans have the luxury of indulging in. Like, who pays for Australians to go out and protest? Like, you can't get Australians out the door. There's other stuff to do. Like the cricket's on or something like that. I'd be very surprised if anyone paid anyone a cent in Australia to go out in the streets and fuck shit up, that kind of thing. But like, this is a big trope that's in their language at the moment, right? It's a war. This is a war. We're at war.
When you see they all have the same beautifully printed sign, every sign is identical, comes out of a top-level print shop. That's not the signs that are made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people, and hopefully we're going to be finding out through the DOJ who those people are.
Like, what's he going on about?
At another college, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking. It was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't hear that from too many people, do you? And virtually every day for years.
So this is it. This is the grounding a lot of the allegations. Because I have kind of done a lot of soul searching recently to try and understand where all these allegations are coming from. Like, immediately after Kirk was shot, it was the left, the lunatic left has done this, the far left, the extreme left. I'm like, who are these people, right? These violent leftists that are doing all of these things. Yeah, I guess you could say Antifa can be violent, like it physically opposes violence and it fights fire with fire. So definitely, right, you could argue that they're, Antifa persons who self-associate have been violent in the past. But like, where's the allegation of all this violence? It's this on-campus stuff where people go out there, students, and they like physically try to stop someone like Charlie Kirk from speaking, someone like Milo from speaking, someone like, I don't know, who else? Curtis Yarvin from speaking, like that sort of stuff. It tears the place up and people get very emotional and, have nicely printed signs. And that's, I guess, an allegation. That's proof of the allegations that there's big corporate interests or big players sowing the seeds of leftist unrest in civil society. Have the same printed sign. Never seen that before. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, have you been to a Trump rally? I feel like it's another case of accusations equal admissions. That's funny. Yeah. Just awoke. Fill me in. We're just looking at something that I wanted to have a look at yesterday. We didn't get a chance. Was Trump's kind of speech at the Charlie Kirk funeral, and how like blatantly disrespectful it was of Erica Kirk, who had literally just gotten up and was trying to live those Christian values that they espouse and trying to be a big person, like a bigger person. And she said, hey, I forgive you, in terms of the shooter. And you hear that periodically with people that have been, egregiously prejudiced by a situation. And they take the high road and they say, I forgive the perpetrator, kind of thing. To show a sense of, yes, like I said, civility, and to kind of calm situations down, and he just gets up classic Trump style, but like very, very antagonistic at this point. Like I've seen him, like we've all seen him do things just that contradict other people on purpose and for the fun of it. But like, she's the real morning party here, not this guy. But like, she's just lost her husband. She's got 2 kids, and she's been able to pull it out and say, look, this is what Charlie would have wanted. I'm going to walk with an air of forgiveness here. And then like he's come up and it's just like, I don't know. I don't do that forgiveness stuff. I don't. So he was saying, I don't give my enemies a chance and try to befriend them or listen to them. I hate my enemies. And that's the type of fire that we're going to bring to this situation, which is the subtext, I guess you would say. People who have never experienced oppression in their life will scream about it when they get a little bit of pushback on their own suppression. Whoa, 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 Trump, are you implying there is some sort of conspiracy that rich elites are actively turning the lower economic classes against each other? Ever since Occupy Wall Street? It was a coincidence that Obama came out and supported gay marriage right at the same time both the left and the right were united over corruption bailouts. History is weird like that. Obama came out, looks like they were right about Michelle. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah. Candace Owens has been right this whole time. I don't think there's anything else of substance that he really says here, to be honest.
Before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible death threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about were the ones that don't make the threats. And I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto: never back down and never ever surrender. Just don't surrender, never back down. He believed in it so strongly.
But yeah, this is an interesting snippet from the entirety of the discourse, which was, it wasn't that great, to be honest. And it was very self-serving of Trump. I know it's Trump, but it wasn't a eulogy. It really wasn't that much about Charlie Kirk. It was more about like, oh yeah, as when I knew Charlie Kirk, he loved me. He loved Trump, eh? And I know this is what this man does, so I shouldn't be surprised. But I think it's good to frame this in the discussion of where America is going post Kirk, and the seeds that were sown, or were like, that were planted, and now it's coming out quicker. Like Curtis Yarvin's biggest critique of the butterfly revolution. So from a neo-reactionary sense, his biggest critique of Trump 2.0 was he wasn't moving fast enough. The wholesale destruction of USAID, the attacks on the universities, the general attacks on media companies, by when he curbed the media, so only certain people would have access to his press club kind of thing, and him just like knocking them out and just telling them that he's not going to speak to them. Like Curtis Yarvin didn't think all that sort of stuff was fast enough. And now I think Charlie Kirk's martyrdom will give a license to put the foot down a little bit more on the pedal and ramp up some of the more nefarious things that this conservative agenda wants to do. So let's have a look at this. Is the crazy one though. This is the Stephen Miller one. Now I don't know if you saw this, but like Stephen Miller does some crazy shit. He says his speech is absolutely mental. It's got nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you have seen this or if you know who Stephen Miller is, but he's like in the Trump administration. He was there the first time around. He is, for all intents and purposes, I guess you'd have to say someone who's a white supremacist, or as close as you can get to being one without being a white supremacist. He hates migration, hates migrants generally. He wants America to be purified. He's going after his kind of plans that have helped really structure Trump 2.0, like this time around. He's instrumental. He's got a legal background. I think he's one of the architects of Trump 2.0. And it's his idea of making America great again. It's not just like the economic side of things. It's the whole cleansing of the North American continent, if you know what I mean. He's hardcore old Stephen Miller. He's very hardcore. I've seen an interview with the bloke that sucked off Obama for rocks. Seems as trustworthy as any government source. Thanks, Dilemmas. Indoctrinating Candace Owens was definitely wrong about Macron's wife, though. She definitely proved that one. How did she prove that? Do I want to know? Did she also say Macron's decomposing geriatric wife was a man? She does look geriatric as fuck. But like Macron apparently married his school teacher, the rogue. He was a young boy. He was a boy when he met her. And so the story goes, fell in love with her. Went till, I don't know, he went to university or something. She was married. She had kids. And like classic, French style of, love powers, overpowers all. His love just, he broke up the marriage and he got the woman of his dreams. And so like, that's why she looks like that, because I think she's a generation older than him. Candace married a billionaire. Easy to be an edgelord when you don't have to worry about bills anymore. I didn't know she married a billionaire. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Interesting. Trump's not putting his foot on the pedal. He's smashing through the floor and running like Fred Flintstone. That's interesting. She's got a photo of her privates. She sent a photo of her privates to the courts to prove she's a biological woman. That's hilarious. Exhibit A. This is Mrs. Macron's cooch. You can tell here by the lines. Oh my God. And here's a picture of today's newspaper next to it. Just so we all know it's a relevant photograph. Some English bloke maybe fact check me on that one. LOL. Yeah, anyway, let's listen to Stephen Miller, because this guy is fucking mental. He's next level.
Please welcome to the stage, Stephen Miller.
Hello, Turning Point.
He looks really flamboyant.
Hello, Patriots. Hello to our...
I heard another rumor, okay, that like backs up the other rumors that we were hearing the other day. And the rumor is that Grindr crashed in Arizona around the Charlie Kirk funeral. I don't know if that's true or not, but like we heard that allegation, or like it's not, I don't even know if it's an allegation. It was in certain news sources that seem credible, and I guess they don't want to get sued. The allegation about when the Republican convention happened, like last year, I think, and the year before, Grindr crashed in the cities that the convention was being held in. I think it was Minnesota it crashed in. What the fuck? Who are you? The great noticer. It's not a rumor. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But like the rumor, like with this one about the Charlie Kirk one, is that true? Because that's fucking hilarious. If like Charlie Kirk has a funeral and everyone that rocks up to the city to be there is like crashing Grindr, and like this guy is just, he looks like the type that would crash Grindr, I reckon. I saw a few memes of that, but there's a lot of straw clutches from the left looking for anything to glob onto. Yeah, fair enough. But still, it's fucking hilarious.
This President Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn.
Ninja Nurse. Nice haircut, probably enough to make Grinder crash. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. I wouldn't mind crashing Grinder. What's this, Indoctrinathan? Is it safe to show on the screen? Let's have a look. Is it true that Stephen Miller's speech on Charlie Kirk's funeral mimics a Goebbels speech? Yeah, I've heard about this. Yes, there are notable similarities between Stephen Miller's speech at Charlie Kirk's memorial service on September 21-25 and Joseph Goebbels' 1932 speech, "The Storm is Coming," particularly in the use of storm metaphors, binary good versus evil framing and dehumanization, and calls to collectively awakening and vengeance. These parallels have been highlighted by critics and analysts through interpretations vary on whether it's intentional mimicry or coincidental rhetorical overlap. Below, I'll outline the key. Yeah. All right. So that's the context for you. Okay. This is potentially a speech that draws upon like direct Nazi commentary, direct Nazi style language and tropes, and like they were pretty good orators, and then you had to whip people into a frenzy, and that's what is being channeled here at the moment by Stephen Miller.
Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name.
Victory over what? Honestly, like victory over what? What does that mean?
The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army.
Who's the they? Who's the they? What's going on here? It's really, really military-esque, combative style language. It really, really is. And so you have to ask the question, who's the they? What's he really trying to say here? Who's he pointing this aggression at? Is there an external threat? Is there an internal threat? The language is deep, it's poetic, it's metaphorical. But who's he directing this speech at? Talking about men standing up against storms, women who breed warriors and generations of nation builders, those who get involved in business and industry and have developed the world that you see around you. And it is us versus them. And if we're not careful, we will lose the war, but we will continue with Kirk's vision and we will be victorious. Victorious against who? What exactly is he insinuating here? But it's fucking hardcore, man. My God. Honestly, this sounds so much more poetic in its original German. Charlie Kirk has a degree in political science. Just saying. Well, he's Jewish, so he's definitely not pointing it at them. Interesting. Well, who is he pointing at? Everyone who's not American? Not white American, I guess?
That they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
Save the West, to save the Republic. This is hardcore. They're at war. It's like someone is coming to get them. Not sure who, but someone's coming to get them. It's a problem, apparently. It's a big problem. What's he talking about? Yes, thank you. What the fuck is he going on about? But it is dramatic, and it's got nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. This is supposed to be a funeral. Anyone who doesn't believe is the vibe I'm getting. If God's on America's side, who could possibly be on the other side, right? Lucifer, as Ron has taught us. Yes. That's true. Anyone who's non-white American, I guess. Yeah, and undocumented. Also, do you think that Grindr is releasing this data on purpose? Yeah, of course Grindr would be, right? Don't you reckon, Ninja knows? But if you were in Grindr, wouldn't you want to release that information too? It's fucking hilarious. There is a little bit of culture of discretion when using the Grindr app, almost like a social contract between the users of Grindr, protecting those in the community and those who want to experiment with others in the community. Grindr is just outing the conservatives to make a point and protect their community from those who speak violently against it. Yeah, and that's the conservative, the beautiful conservative irony on this is that conservatives are openly, if not violent, they're openly opposed to it ideologically, and lo and behold, they can't help themselves when they get together. Notice the similarities between this speech and the evangelical megachurches. Same stage, same rhythm. Yeah, it's got a rhythm to it, doesn't it? It's definitely got a rhythm to it. A biblical, a preachy kind of vibe. That's definitely true.
Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness, we will defend light, we will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, You cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness. We are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now.
He's not an orator.
I know.
He's not a natural public speaker. You can see that. Like he's saying the thing. Someone's written him the speech that he has to deliver. This powerful, warlike speech that's supposed to get everyone all pumped up and ready for whatever battle is coming. But like he can't vibe on the crowd very well. Like he's going on. You got to let that one sink in a little bit, bro, so that people can catch up with your train of thought there. Imagine being this Delulu. Must be nice. We will defend universal healthcare. I wish. That's definitely not on the agenda.
I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil, and we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good, and we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes.
God bless.
And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
God bless America. That's what I wanted to hear. All right, let's see if we can find the stuff that they're referring to. AI reconstruction of a Goebbels speech. AI reconstruction. AI reconstructs Goebbels speech to English. I wonder if this is English reconstruction or not. Oh, it's only 30 seconds. Shall we have a quick look? After the disastrous defeat of Stalingrad, Goebbels tried to convince Hitler to turn. This sport Palast speech. He organized a rally where he announced that in order to win the war, Germany would need to sake Drastio. It would enter a state of total war. All right, let's listen to this. This is an AI reconstruction of a Goebbels speech that looks like actually in like the heart of the war.
Only 3 weeks ago, I stood in this place to read the Führer's proclamation on the 10th anniversary of the seizure of power, and to speak to you and to the German people. The crisis we now face on the Eastern Front was at its height. In the midst of the hard misfortunes the nation faced in the battle on the Volga, we gathered together in a mass meeting on the 30th of January to display our unity, our unanimity, and our strong will to overcome the difficulties we faced in the 4th year of the war. It was a moving experience for me, and probably also for all of you, to be bound by radio with the last heroic fighters in Stalingrad during our powerful meeting here in the Sport Palace. They radioed to us that they had heard the Führer's proclamation, and perhaps for the last time in their lives, joined book coverers in raising their hands to sing the national anthems. What an example German soldiers have set in this great age, and what an obligation it puts on us all, particularly the entire German homeland. Stalingrad was and is fate's great alarm call to the German nation, a nation that has the strength to survive and overcome such a disaster. Even to draw from it additional strength is unbeatable. In my speech to you and the German people, I shall remember the heroes of Stalingrad who put me and all of us under a deep obligation. I do not know how many millions of people are listening to me over the radio tonight, at home and at the front. I want to speak to all of you from the depths of my heart to the depths of yours. I believe that the entire German people has a passionate interest in what I have to say tonight. I will therefore speak with holy seriousness and openness as the hour demands. The German people, raised, educated, and disciplined by National Socialism, can bear the whole truth. It knows the gravity of the situation, and its leadership can therefore demand the necessary hard measures. Yes, even the hardest measures. We Germans are armed against weakness and uncertainty. The blows and misfortunes of the war only give us additional strength, firm resolve, and a spiritual and fighting will to overcome all difficulties and obstacles with revolutionary elan. Now is not the time to ask how it all happened. That can wait until later, when the German people and the whole world will learn the full truth about the misfortune of the past weeks and its deep and fateful significance. The heroic sacrifices of heroism of our soldiers in Stalingrad has had vast historical significance for the whole Eastern Front. It was not in vain. The future will make clear why. When I jump over the past to look ahead,
It's interesting, like the kind of the juxtaposition with what we just saw with Stephen Miller is that they're both lamenting on a significant loss in their history. So obviously Stephen Miller is using the loss of Charlie Kirk to justify that we will carry on his legacy and he hasn't died in vain and that we will be victorious. And Goebbels here is saying kind of similar stuff. They've lost significantly in Stalingrad. The German people have made a great sacrifice. And we should not ask how we got here, which is basically what he's saying, literally. Let's not talk about how we got here now. Why are we in this position at the moment? Hey, don't worry about it. Let's just talk about what we need to do next. And, you know, next we need to make sure that we are victorious and we can continue. We can continue what needs to be done, quote unquote, that kind of thing. Ninja noticed the similarities between the speech and the evangelical. Oh, sorry, I've already read that one before. It's cool that Kirk has all these friends now. They can use him for their agenda. So touching. It is a little bit like that, isn't it? What did you say, Dilemma's here? I beached the Fuentes interview with PBD this morning. I watched, I guess. He's really pushing the moderate road now. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just a conservative American Catholic. Just remember, next time your Charlie is looking down on you with shame in his eyes. All those wasted Republicans flush down the toilet. This speech is a lot better than Miller's. It is. It definitely is. Because like Miller's really has you questioning what he's talking about. This guy's obviously linking it directly to historical events. But the themes are interesting. And the language is very interesting of people not dying in vain. And history remembering who the truly righteous were, kind of thing, or who the people were that were meant to win, I guess you could say.
I do it intentionally. The time is short. There is no time for fruitless debates. We must act immediately, thoroughly, and decisively, as has always been the National Socialist way. The movement has, from its beginning, acted in that way to master the many crises it faced and overcame. The National Socialist state also acted decisively when faced by a threat. We are not like the ostrich that sticks its head in the sand so as not to see danger. We are brave enough to look danger in the face, to coolly and ruthlessly take its measure, then act decisively with our heads held high. Both as a movement and as a nation, we have always been at our best when we needed fanatic, determined wills to overcome and eliminate danger. or a strength of character sufficient to overcome every obstacle, or bitter determination to reach our goal, or an iron heart capable of withstanding every internal and external battle. So it will be today. My task is to give you an unvarnished picture of...
See, at least he's describing the enemy here, which is interesting. He's saying we need an iron determination to fight against the enemy, both internal and external. But what was Miller talking about? Was he just talking about everyone who was on the political, in political opposition to Charlie Kirk? That was who the enemy is? So it could be literally anyone in America? Because someone asked me the other day the idea about whether or not America will go through another civil war as a result of things like this and developments that occur as a result of this. And it's not my opinion that America is gearing up for a civil war at all. I don't think there's going to be anything of that sort. I think there is a lot of polarization in the country, but I don't think there's enough organization on the left or the right to actually get people out in any significant fashion to wage war against one another. People aren't that way inclined anymore, and America is way too centralized at the federal level. It is the state that wields all of the real power in America, and you know, despite the fact that there are paramilitaries all over the place and extensive gun ownership, let's say, there are more guns than people in the US. That doesn't mean that people are going to be taking up arms and fighting against one another. I don't think that's the way that America is gearing up at the moment at all. I think Trump is actually taking care of that situation entirely with his rhetoric like this, his war rhetoric that we got to kind of take out our political opposition and control the country, his general suppression of dissent, his suppression of the media, suppression of the court system, his suppression of academia, his literal marching of troops into cities, like dense urban centers that would raise in opposition against him, and even like places that are not blue, they're red states, moving into red cities that like to assist, just to help out and show some presence. His use of the military is not something that is going to be akin to allowing people just to take up arms and start their own war against one another and tear America into another 1860s civil war. It's not like that. It's not. I don't think it's that way inclined at all, unless there was some type of revolt within one state. Like I've heard people talk about this idea that, you know, California over on the west, you know, it could technically, it's detached enough to technically rise up and seek some type of independence, and that may be a civil war style arrangement, but I don't really see that coming. I think Trump is actually through, like, you know, having advisors, just like, you know, Hitler has fucking Goebbels, like, you know, potentially Trump has people in his team like, you know, Stephen Millers of the world and your Curtis Yarvins of the world indirectly, that are able to advise as to what it is that you should be doing if you want to actually take power and maintain power indefinitely, like a CEO king or some type of authoritarian, like a Viktor Orban style. Like Trump does take a lot of his plays, as we've investigated in the past, from people like, you know, Viktor Orban in Hungary and their versions of illiberal democracy. And so I don't see that type of division happening. I don't see there being a war of Americans against Americans. It'll just be someone controlling the state and using the state apparatus to control society and tear away at that kind of the very last assemblages of a democratic society. But like, you know, he's clear. He talks, this Goebbels dude, he talks about, hey, the enemy is home and abroad. But like, who was Stephen Miller really talking about? Like, yeah, just their political opposition in America? They're going to get the loony lefties. They're going to go after Antifa and like academics in universities that speak out against Israel and support Palestine. That's who they're going to go after. That's the they that he was so infuriated and impassioned by that he has to speak out about it in that fashion. Like, we will be victorious, and like, you do not do anything. We built this country. We are the builders of nations, and you have nothing, and you will have nothing. That's the language of suppression. We're going to put you under the thumb, and if necessary, I guess, put you all into concentration camps, and rule with an iron fist. Jungle Potatoes. Oh no, I read your one before. Dilemmas. I think you're attributing a lot more depth to Miller's speech than he ever did himself. That's funny. Don't mind me, some Victor. LOL. I married a Yugoslav and so I get it, which makes my son Irish and Slav the most persecuted groups in the world. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, according to, I think Trump said to the UN. I don't know if you guys have actually taken the time or had the chance to see Trump's speech to the UN. That was just recently. He spoke for like an hour. But he said the most persecuted religion in the world right now is Christianity. It's an interesting take, right? For a long time it's been, I guess everyone thinks that the Jews have been persecuted the most, or there's been a lot of discussion about that type of persecution for a long time, depending where you come from. Muslims seem to be persecuted a lot, especially if you're talking about India or something like that. There's big ethnic cleansing or cultural divisions there, and yeah, now, as Trump has stated, not only the language with the war on the West and the end of Western culture and the Great Replacement theory and all of those types of positions that help consolidate a view of a war on the West, you have Trump openly saying in the UN, I think it's pretty important that, yes, Christianity is the most persecuted religion. And it's funny because that's the thing that people are hanging their hat on and saying this is the most representative part of Western culture, is whether you follow Christian values or not. I watched it this morning. It's pretty based. Can't wait for Albo and Trump's meeting when Trump shits on both of Albo's favorite policies. I want the live streams of it, like Zelensky. Apparently they had a brief meeting today, according to the ABC. Who, Zelensky and Trump? Or Albo and Trump? Trump's been meeting with a lot of people today, I think. You think it's pretty based? Dilemmas? But as a libertarian, oh yeah, you're a paleo-libertarian, I guess. It's different. I was gonna say, because all this language and all this stuff about Christianity and tying that to Western culture, I think is actually antithetical to Western culture, because the depth of Western culture that has birthed the Industrial Revolution and produced the productive capacity that Stephen Miller was talking about, we produce this world. It's on generations and generations of Westerners that have produced the modern world. That modern world was actually based on the Enlightenment principles, and the Enlightenment principles were about reasoned thinking and development through scientific methodology and the secularization of the state. The secularization of the state. It was look, the church has done some pretty crazy shit. And, we need to kind of, you can have religion, but that doesn't have anything to do with the organization of society, and it shouldn't take up politics. Those things need to be separated, because it's important to make decisions outside of the auspices of religious influence, let's say. And so it's a very Western notion to actually be rather secular in the way that you politically organize society. But the language from, Trump and the boys at the moment is all 100% Christian focused, and bringing Christianity back into I guess political decisions. They were, they all go after Iran Like it's, you know, because it's a Islamic Republic kind of thing. It's literally like a theocratic state, and they're doing the same stuff. Like I was having a go um at I think it was we were looking at something about Gaza, or like the Muslim world reacting to Gaza, and I was having a go because I don't like the rhetoric when they all just talk about like these people who had died, they're all martyrs. I really don't like that language because it just weaponizes people's death and then it gets used to justify more violence. But that's like the Muslims love using the language when their own dies at the hands of course, Western powers, let's be honest. But like, yeah, people get killed and everyone talks about them being martyrs. Like they've just done that non-stop with Charlie Kirk. They're using the exact same rhetoric as the, you know, the Muslim extremists that they hate. They use the exact same religious rhetoric. You know, we got to do this for God, like God bless us all. And we're doing this for God and for Christ, and we're finishing God's work here. And, you know, God is on our side, and like anyone who dies for the cause is gonna, you know, live in heaven forever. And, you know, and history will remember them. It's dangerous language when you start, and dangerous stuff when you start re-merging state and religion, I believe. And I would definitely argue that it isn't actually a Western value at all in the modern sense to have put so much emphasis on religion in politics. I think the West, or through the Enlightenment, did a lot to decouple the state and the church, let's call it. They did a lot of work to try and separate those two things. No info on what was discussed, though. Okay. Nah, Albo and Trump. Oh, okay. Yeah. Anytime the net zero scam and mass migration is brought up on the world stage, I support it. It's two of the main reasons Australia's wealth is being transferred. I'm for Aussie's sovereignty. Yeah, fair enough. I'm all for sovereignty too. I think sovereignty is another important Enlightenment principle, actually. And it doesn't have anything to do with religion, I would say. But yes, there you go. Albo and Trump have finally met up. For all the naysayers out there who were surprised. So we're going to take a completely different angle. I'm not going to listen to any more Goebbels, but I thought it might be just interesting to see how he speaks as, you know, Hitler's prime chief propagandist, right? I think it's really important to have a look at that. But what I want to do now is I want to have a look at the connection that's being made. And it's funny because it's a lot of right-wing people that are making this connection, can I just say, like right-wing influencers. And I think the left needs to, you know, up their game, because it seems to just be the right-wing people that are looking at this. But where are all the left-wing kind of influencers on this? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have already been talking about this. But there seems to be a large connection and a suspect connection between Charlie Kirk and Israel, which is really interesting. Like there was a bit of development going on between Benjamin Netanyahu and like him advocating for the interests of the Israeli state and the Israeli power for, and he was propositioning Charlie Kirk and Turning Point a lot in the months leading up to his death. And so we're going to have a look at a piece now that speaks about this. And I think it's rather interesting, actually, to have this type of stuff in mind, because it helps kind of paint this picture of how the bourgeoisie really works and how the bourgeoisie kind of works in the 21st century, and how they use the state and the state apparatus and state agencies, intelligence services, etc., all those sort of things combined with wealthy people, and they exist in like dialectical relationship around like power structures. So you have like powerful intelligence organizations and powerful deep state departments and powerful, wealthy people that are making calls and using their power to influence other powerful people to get their agendas served. And so this is all about kind of how, basically how Israel was trying to use its power to try and get Charlie Kirk to serve their agenda. Now, the allegation is not made in here. Is there any way to find out? Release it, Trump. Are we talking about Epstein as well? Because, like, yeah, all of this is connected to Epstein too, potentially. And yeah, Charlie Kirk was not playing ball. He was not playing ball with Israel. And here we go. You know, he's been taken out. Oh, I've seen plenty of lefties covering, but a lot of just minding their damn business and saying, let them fight. Okay. Yeah, well, let's have a proper look at this then. Because I think this is actually important, like I said, to understand how the bourgeoisie really works in this day and age. And it really does seem like the bourgeoisie and the state are inseparable. They are really almost one and the same. If you have money, then you use the state, and the state uses you for its own, methods and its own interests, which is interesting because, like, the Marxian critique kind of the state has always been like the state is used by the bourgeoisie for their interests. But if you have a look at like these amorphous deep state organizations, like take the CIA for instance, or the British Secret Services, like these organizations almost work like in their own way and with their own remit. They take funding from the state, but like they kind of have their own plays and their own agendas. And like when you look at fascism, people often define fascism through the idea of like corporatism, so the merging of the state and the corporate sector. But if you ever look at it from this lens, it's kind of the melding together of the bourgeoisie, so rich and powerful individuals who control industry and finance and all that sort of stuff, merging with the state, but like merging with intelligence services and the power that they have to manipulate world governments and world populations and control narratives and run organized crime rings and run drugs and like do all of this sort of stuff in the background that actually shapes and helps shape world policy. This type of fascism is the fascism of the merging of the deep state and the bourgeoisie, which is a way more intense, I would say, than kind of some, let's just merge with the state so we can get subsidies and like, and get, deregulation, like a neoliberal style of fascism. This is a much more insidious form of fascism if it's the bourgeoisie that are tying themselves together with, like I said, the deep state and intelligence services, people that work in the shadows. Much scarier form of fascism, in my opinion. So let's have a look at this one. And this is from Chris Hedges, who I brought up on this stream before. So I really like Chris Hedges. I think he's interesting. He gets a lot of interesting people on. And fuck you, ads. And like he's not afraid to kind of talk about things, if you know what I mean, like that are outside of like the general zeitgeist of what being a lefty is or something like that. He'll speak about whatever, and he heavily criticizes the left, but from kind of like a leftist perspective on it, I guess you would say. With Trump having capital dictate the Oval Office, it's just blatant now. No need to pretend the people don't really get, the people don't really care. And I guess that's another element of like potential fascism, right? Is like there's always those stories about fascism happened in Germany, or Nazism took over in Germany because people were kind of indifferent and they were like, it's not really going to happen, is it? And then all of a sudden, before they know it, they're in power and then they're doing things and they're taking people away, and it all happens kind of incrementally but exponentially at the same time. So it gets more and more intensive. And so like, I think that's a really good point, is that like people don't really give a shit anymore, or like don't care enough to want to do anything about it. And I think they're definitely banking on that. So anyway, let's have a look and listen to this one. Matt Robinson or someone else who claims, what's this? Matt Robinson or someone else who will claim the 1 million plus reward for identifying Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I've heard about this. Is his dad, right? But I thought his dad had claimed it, and they were expecting that he was going to donate it or something like that. Tipped off the authorities. Who will get the reward money? Refuse the money. We'll have to have a look at that in a second. Trump's family has doubled his wealth to 10 billion. Nothing sus going on there. Yeah, and that's it, right? You know, the bourgeoisie melding themselves to the state, literally him becoming the leader of the state, the executive branch, right? And like how much money can he make out of that? But like he also needs the state as well. It's like he's beholden to the state now. He's beholden to Israel, it would seem. It would seem that they have something on him. Some would argue it's the Epstein files. Maybe it's other stuff. Who knows? Maybe he's just scared of them generally, but he does whatever they want. And it would seem that it's the state imposing its will on the bourgeoisie almost as much as the bourgeoisie uses the state apparatus for its class interests. There are people that have class interests inside the state now, and seeing the state organizations continue that kind of control society to a large extent as well, even control world leaders. Nope, fake news. What? That he's made 10 billion? Fake. It's all fake news. Oh, is that just what Trump would say? You're getting some heat in the chat there, Dilemmas, for your claims about net zero. You're copping some heat, bruv. All right, let's have a look. This is a biggie. So, like, you know, just stop me if you want. But I'll try to let this one play out as much as possible so we can get through it, because there's so much stuff to go through today. I don't even know if we're going to get through it, but I do want to watch this.
The Assassination saga. So, Max, before we get into the ramifications of this assassination in terms of civil liberties and repression, let's talk a little bit about the article that you just published about Kirk's alienation or distance from the Zionist lobby. I know you've been writing about Kirk for some time.
Yeah, I've been writing about him since 2015, 3 years after he started TPUSA, which became the largest, most influential conservative youth organization in history. And at that time, he was at the forefront of a massive infusion of Israel lobby cash into his group through the David Horowitz Freedom Center, which was basically making him the property of Israel in exchange for this sort of Faustian bargain. He was going to be at the top of the conservative youth grassroots or astroturfed grassroots. And so he could talk about race, immigration, all the social issues, and take the most extreme lines possible, say whatever he wanted, as long as he pushed this so-called Judeo-Christian relationship and constantly talked about the Judeo-Christian roots of the country and supported Israel and attacked BDS, the BDS movement, which was growing on campus at the whenever he could. And so Charlie Kirk was actually at the forefront of many of the blacklisting operations that have targeted college professors as well as students. He was in the same circles as those who were behind Canary Mission, which is now being used to target.
Trump officials used shadowy website to target pro-Palestinian academics for deportation, court records show. Isn't that interesting, right? Like, because they keep talking about Kirk being the champion of free speech, and like he was instrumental, or Turning Point USA was instrumental in this idea of rounding up anyone who spoke, pro-Palestine stuff on university campuses, students and lecturers, right? And there's a lot of people, like academics in America, that aren't born in America. Like, talk about the brain drain. America sucks up talent from around the world, and university professors come from around the world, and they all are on fucking visas, but they're in America because, you know, they have fucking immense resources, the Americans. Immense resources in order to kind of pull off an incredible education system. And like the people from around the world want to come to America to learn because they're prestigious organizations and they have bright minds. And like, you know, they're talking about killing free speech, talking about just killing intellectual endeavor. They want to Max Blumenthal is awesome. He is an interesting guy, isn't he? I've watched him talk a bit outside of this, and he's done great stuff at the Grey Zone. Yeah, he's done some very interesting work. So, but like, yeah, isn't it interesting? Kirk and Turning Point USA instrumental in cleansing universities. And like calling for people to be like setting up ways, like strategies, not just calling for it, but helping Trump and his administration deport people based on their opinions. So much for, you know, the champion of fucking free speech.
Green card holders and visa holders for deportation under Trump. So I was covering it early on before anyone had heard about him. He was like a baby-faced activist then, but he was obviously very hardworking, talented, a huge asset for them. And flash forward to July of this year. Charlie Kirk is the most influential conservative activist, period. He is on his way to possibly becoming the next president. Almost certainly would have become senator even though he's from Illinois. And he runs, TPUSA is major, but there's a crisis taking place. Charlie Kirk is under pressure from his own grassroots on the issue of Israel. Israel's exerting under Netanyahu so much control on Trump.
These are the fucking groypers. Like, look at the groypers, man. Look at the groyper war. If we have time, I'll show you some of that stuff. Like, check out the groyper wars, man. They are mental. And yeah, there's a lot of destabilization in MAGA over the issue of Gaza and what is going on with Israel and Palestine. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Yeah, over Israel and Palestine. It's splitting people. And you know what the interesting thing is, which is nice, because you think usually that the MAGA movement is just full of unresolvable contradictions. But like a lot of the people that are pro-life, let's say, in the MAGA movement, so they're anti-abortion because on the grounds that they want to see kids in the world, you could like, you know, to throw that off and just like all they're worried about is American kids. But a lot of the MAGA people have seen the death that Israel, or the IDF anyway, the IDF has rained down upon Gaza and all of the children that have perished as a result. And these MAGA types are kind of like, well, we're pro-life. So like, how can we support Israel as it literally is not rail? How can we support is not rail when they're eradicating kids? We actually don't like the eradication of children. That's why we're all pro-life. Hello, can we get some confirmation on that, please, Charlie Kirk? So, you know, it's interesting to see that base in a bit of disarray on this issue based on that type of ideological ground. I don't doubt they're worth listening to on Charlie. If anyone knows anything about selling out and audience capture, it's them and Jimmy Dore.
Amid a genocide that the grassroots have turned against it. And if you look at recent polling, YouGov polling, Pew polling, all of them show about only 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over the Palestinians. If you actually pay attention to what Nick Fuentes, who's the most influential
I'm gonna have to sort this.
America First, who's the most influential right-wing America First streamer, says they're not just upset over Jewish influence. They're not just being anti-Jewish. They're actually upset by the same things that upset us. The deliberate starvation of a civilian population unfolding in real time, and then watching their president just fold to a foreign apartheid state. And so this pressure was building within Charlie Kirk's camp, and Charlie Kirk himself was beginning to turn, and it all...
It's an interesting point as well, isn't it? Like, if you think like Trump is your strong man, right? And he's just gonna kind of, he's gonna come in there. Daddy Trump is home. He's gonna take his belt off, and he's gonna start fucking coming in there and telling the world why America's the best again. And then you have, every time it looks like Trump wants to do something in, like, with Iran or Qatar, or like settle things in Gaza. Like, he has a meeting, like BB flies to the US again and has another meeting in the White House, and then Trump fucking backflips. Like, you would be furious as a MAGA supporter watching your supreme leader cucking it to Netanyahu. That would make your blood boil. Like, I thought we will make America great again, kind of thing. Why are you sucking off Netanyahu so hard? It would infuriate them. I'm sure it would. Hello from Israel. What do you mean, Israel and Kirk death? Well, you're about to find out. Super. Check it out. And you may have some questions, you may have some statements, but if you stick around, you may find out. Look, fuck, there's a mad debate going on in the chat about net zero now. It's crazy. All right. Let us continue.
All exploded out in the open at the Student Action Summit, which I believe was in Tampa, Florida, in July 2025. And that's where Charlie Kirk brought Tucker Carlson, someone who had already turned on this issue, on stage to not only talk about how Jeffrey Epstein was possibly a Mossad agent, but to call for those who had gone and fought for Israel, American Jews who had gone to fought for Israel's military rather than the U.S. military, to be stripped of their citizenship. And he called out Bill Ackman, one of the most influential Zionist billionaires in the U.S., who's a Netanyahu cutout, who had been sort of manipulating and bullying Harvard.
Gene Hackman. That's all I can think about when someone says that name. Gene Hackman. Can you briefly explain who Bill Ackman is in relation to Israel? Bill Ackman is an American billionaire, hedge fund manager, and activist investor, best known as the founder and CEO of Pershing Square Capital Management. The capitalist class strikes again. In relation to Israel, he is not a political government figure, but a high-profile supporter. He is Jewish and has been outspoken of defending Israel, especially on the 7th of the October 7 Hamas attacks. Ackman has publicly advocated for strong U.S. support for Israel, used his platform on social media to push back against pro-Palestinian student groups and academics he views as sympathetic to Hamas, influenced corporate and institutional responses by pressuring universities and employers to distance themselves from students or faculty. See, that's cancel culture. We had this discussion the other day, and that's cancel culture. If you're influential as a group or a person, and you've got influence because, like, you got money or there's just a lot of you, and you're pressuring someone to do something, like an organization to do something, and get people deplatformed or get people cancelled or something like that, that's cancel culture. And it goes both ways, because, like, it's always like kind of people on the right wing that are just like, oh, it's always the lefties that do cancel culture. And it's like, well, I don't know about that. Look at this big bourgeois member over here cancelling academics because of their positions on Palestine. All right. I would like to know more. Follow the money. Mystery. Who was the guy who just paid Tyler Robinson's parents? It's this guy. Is this the guy that you're talking about? Bill Ackman.
Into submission. His money got Claudine Gay as president out at Harvard. He mocked Bill Ackman as a financial con artist. He literally called him a scam artist and questioned where his money came from. And the crowd was cheering and delighting in this entire spectacle. Megyn Kelly from Fox was calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent. Then Charlie Kirk opened up the floor to a debate on the very issue of Zionism and brought on an anti-Zionist Jew, a comedian named Dave Smith, to debate a Zionist apparatchik at Newsweek named Joshua Hammer. And Dave Smith mopped the floor with him. He's very effective. He was also talking about human rights abuses, and the crowd was clearly with him. And after this summit, Charlie Kirk was bombarded with furious text messages, phone calls. There may have been meetings as well, very tense meetings as well, with his donors, the people who built him up. And they said, we built you up. We can take all of this away from you if you don't stop this. And we are laying down the law. And this offended him, alienated him. He was not used to being talked to like that, where he as though he were property. But when you join the firm, you don't get to leave. And at the same time, I was told,
is that a reference to something?
Longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, that he was.
Is that a reference to something? Join the firm? Does anyone know? Is that from a movie or something? Interesting. I'm glad you have actual economic argument against it. Oh, you guys still talking about net zero. You guys love it.
Frightened by.
I'm here to reinvestigate the Daniel Morgan case.
We have to get
basically that he was frightened by friend, as though he were property. But when you join the firm, you don't get to leave. And at the same time, I was told by a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk that he was frightened by the way he was being treated. Basically, a mafia was reading him the riot act. And he wasn't the only one who was frightened. I was told that, and this, the source is someone who knows people in the White House. Donald Trump's frightened. Donald Trump is afraid to defy Netanyahu. He's afraid about what can happen. And I was told that during one of Netanyahu's, or several of Netanyahu's recent visits to the U.S., I think he's made 4 visits this year, which is unprecedented. Listening devices were planted by Israeli agents on the Secret Service's emergency response vehicles. Stingray devices, some kind of listening device, electronic surveillance device. This was found by the Secret Service. It was told to the White House. Obviously, the White House kept it under wraps. And this has, made people nervous inside the White House and the national security team. And this is not something unprecedented. Politico in 2019 reported, citing 3 former U.S. officials, that Israel had planted Stingray devices around the White House to spy on Trump's cell phone communications.
I can't believe it. This is a big call this guy's making, Max Blumenthal here. Trump is scared of Netanyahu. This is crazy. Could this guy on the right blink any more frequently? Yeah, it's a bit. I was noticing that when I watched this for the first time, I was like, why does he keep blinking like that? That's a massive call, man. This is huge. The leader of the free world. Again, the MAGA types must be fucking pissed off knowing that their leader is just bootlicking Netanyahu so much, or he's scared of Netanyahu. Trump's the 80s guy, man. He is the dude. He's the art of the deal. He shouldn't be scared of anyone. In surveillance / intelligence or security services talk, what's a Stingray device? Ray. Oh, it's thinking about it. Controversial question, eh? Max, my daddy's in government, and now I'm rebelling. Blumenthal. Oh, somebody's critical. Dilemmas. Stingray is a brand name that becomes shorthand in the class of surveillance tools, also called IMSI, Capture or Cell Site Simulator. Law enforcement intelligence agencies use these devices to imitate a legitimate cell phone tower, so nearby mobile phones can connect to them. The device announces itself as the strongest nearby cell tower. The phone's attached to it, and the Stingray can then collect identifiers, location data, and sometimes intercept calls and text and metadata, and in some configurations, the content of unencrypted communications. Modern versions can target specific phones, bulk collect data from all phones in an area, or force phones to downgrade from 4G, 5G to older protocols that are easier to intercept. This is mental. That's crazy. What a device. So it sends a signal like a local tower. You connect to it and then it trolls for all of your stuff. Fuck, man. And that's what the Israelis are doing that in the White House. Everyone's cool with that. We all cool with that, man? You got commenters on Twitch? Well, I can't see the commentary coming up here. I got a couple of comments. I think I responded to that one, though. Yeah, hello from Israel. What do you mean? Israel and Kirk death. Well, like I said, like watch and find out kind of thing. And then I had another one from Grey Noticer that I as well said, can you explain what you mean by that, or why you're asking that question? I don't know if there's any other ones. Sometimes I think I'm too cynical, but not everyone can be a son of a carpenter like me. All right, Jesus, calm down. But like, yeah, how do you know about why are you critical of Max though? Because his daddy was in government. You know who else's daddy was in government? Hey, Curtis Yarvin. I wonder if they travel in the same circles, these two.
Boris Johnson, the former Israeli PM, wrote in his memoir that Netanyahu went to use his personal toilet, and afterwards his personal security team found a listening device in his toilet, like immediately afterwards. Tony Blair told his own team, when you go to Israel, do not speak about anything sensitive in government buildings or cars. So I don't think I'm being fed a bunch of conspiracy theories here, and what I reported based on background sourcing matches up with the things that Charlie Kirk said in public, that he was being bombarded by what he called Jewish stakeholders, meaning his funders, and that he felt that he could not express his own views anymore as an American. And he was starting to move in public. So consider the consequence of a figure like Charlie Kirk, who's on his way to basically inheriting the mantle of Trumpism at some point, and who controls a large segment of that movement, taking the base away from the Judeo-Christian relationship, taking it away from rock-solid support for Israel, as Israel is in a 7-front war carrying out genocide, and Netanyahu believes that he has this short window of time to basically carry out regime change in Iran. It would have been catastrophic. And I also learned from multiple sources that Charlie Kirk actually took it upon himself personally to go to the White House and personally lobby Trump against bombing Iran back in June, and that he was shut down. Trump angrily rebuked him because Trump is simply afraid. He's completely controlled at this point by Netanyahu. So am I saying that Israel killed Charlie Kirk? How would I know that? There's no evidence for that. But how am I going to not report this fascinating background about where the conservative movement in the Republican Party itself are going on the question of Israel when I'm learning all of this after his death? And there are so many unusual aspects to the investigation, so many mishaps by the FBI, and such strange behavior by the Israeli government and Netanyahu himself since Charlie Kirk's killing, that it has fueled speculation by
Support for whatever life throws.
You're right. He's really blinking a lot, isn't he? Chris Hedges. He's blinking a lot. Wonder what's going on there.
People, it's killing that it has fueled speculation by millions of people online that there may have been an Israeli role. I mean, why wouldn't they speculate when Israel seems to assassinate everyone that defies it in its own region and has even dispatched thousands of pagers to low-level Hezbollah members and their families to assassinate them? It's something that we would expect in this atmosphere, but I am not making any direct claim that Israel assassinated him. What I'm saying is, I think they would have taken him out. The Israel lobby would have taken him out for sure, but they would not need to do it physically. They could just defund him and then castigate him, as they're doing with figures like Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson, who have turned against them. So this is just
it's interesting, isn't it? Like, okay, he's not outright saying that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, but they weren't particularly happy with him not playing ball and accepting their refinanced Faustian bargain. So they helped originally fund his organization Turning Point in its infancy, by providing much needed funds, and then they've decided to ramp it up recently in the last couple of months, saying, "Hey, we'll give you more money. Just continue with the Judeo-Christian narrative that Christianity and Judaism need one another, and so therefore the US and Israel need one another. Don't stray off the script, and we'll give you much more money and you'll become more powerful." And he was kind of like, "No, it's not happening." And so his speculation here is they wouldn't have had to have killed him exactly. They could have just destroyed him by defunding him and getting him deplatformed through official means, kind of how they're trying to going after the Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson. Now, those two figures, though, they have their own clout and they have their own brands. And so you can cut them off from funding, but they can make money their own ways through their brand, and they can platform to a large audience, and they've gone rogue. And so it would have been a big trifecta having Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Charlie Kirk all starting to go down the path of, hey, Israel's up to no good. Do we really want to be associated with them? Let's make America great again without, funding Israel anymore or supporting Israel. It's interesting how this all meshes together. Whether or not you kind of believe any more extended theories than that are potentially viable, right? We all know the sophistication of intelligence services like the CIA, for example. We know the PSYOPs, we know the psychological tricks and tactics. We know the way that they have certain methodologies and technologies that can basically brainwash people or use people in a certain way as weapons, using people to carry out tasks on their behest. So it's not beyond the realm of belief to think that somehow Israel could have, had something to do with shaping or affecting Tyler Robinson in some way and getting them to carry out some deed or something like that. Or with all the conspiracy theories that we've seen, some people have already brought it into Discord with the guy in the hand signals and all that sort of stuff. And you see now videos coming out and they're like, oh, the bullet actually came from down this way, not from the back of the audience where Tyler Robinson was on the building. No, it's come from a different angle. And so there's all this conspiracy about who really shot Kirk, and if it's not manipulable the situation, then maybe it is a deep state organization. If it's not the American deep state, then whose deep state was it? And then all of this stuff starts to make sense. But Max is obviously choosing his words here, and he's not saying that Israel had anything to do with it, but they would have sought retribution if necessary by simply economic pressure, defunding him and putting pressure on people around him to stop endorsing him and Turning Point USA. But now Turning Point USA is kind of under wraps, isn't it? because it's been taken over. The keys have been handed to Erica. Erica's obviously going to be a puppet from now on, and kind of it's going to be used by the administration and as another organization to support Trumpism as opposed to supporting MAGA, essentially, because MAGA is kind of separate to the Trumpian factor. MAGA is an ideological vision on its own right. It is something that is supposedly a movement to reinstate the American glory. And so that's outside of simply the Trump phenomenon. After Trump's tenure is up, there's going to have to be someone else that carries on the MAGA legacy. I guess Tucker shows that defunding would not work once the commenter is big enough. Yes, right? Candace and Tucker aren't getting the mega church money Charlie was. That's interesting. Jerriga's in the house. How you going? With the amount of influence he amassed, it's not accurate to compare him to Tucker or Candace Owens, though. Trump and his cabinet are basically taking over Turning Point as a new political party. Yes, that's I agree. That's what I was basically saying. But like, you know what's funny? The people have got to go somewhere. Now Turning Point isn't there, and like Kirk's not there on their phones all the time telling them how to think. You know, they got to go somewhere. And like, why would they just, like, they support Trump enough. He's a politician though, and not an influencer. And so they're going to go somewhere. So I'm assuming the base will be divided amongst people like that, amongst your Candace Owens of the world and your Tucker Carlsons of the world. But yeah, that they've just taken that organization. Turning Point's gone. It's just going to be a vehicle of a political party of a Trumpian style administration, as opposed to just a MAGA vehicle, if that makes sense.
Fascinating, I think, a fascinating look, and it won't be my last one, at Charlie Kirk's final days and the political pressure he was under.
How much money was he getting, number one? And number two, can you talk about Netanyahu's reaction and his, because you write about it in your piece, his interactions with Kirk?
Well, this is something that was not known to the public, and I hope to be able to report this out in greater detail. But I was told that by a friend of Kirk, someone close to Kirk, who was speaking to them in his last days, that Netanyahu actually came in and personally offered to re-up Kirk's TPUSA organization with a massive infusion of Zionist money. And his budget, all at its height, was something like $80 million. I mean, we're talking about a lot of money. You can just watch the Student Action Summit that became so controversial. There's nothing like it on the left or even within the Democratic Party's associated organizations. It's very flashy. Look at Charlie Kirk's final moments. I mean, it looked almost like he was running for president. It looked like a Trump rally. And look at the he had enormous amounts of former Navy SEALs and Special Forces guys around him, like executive security. You have to have a lot of money for that. So he already had the money, but he was at risk of losing much of it. And Netanyahu comes in and says, basically
what? Boo.
Stop talking about this. They're at risk of losing much of it. And Netanyahu comes in and says, basically, come to the dark side. Stop talking about this, and we will take care of you. I will call my cutouts, and they'll have everything handled. And Charlie Kirk refused. And that was what I'm learning is that was not the first time he refused someone close to Netanyahu in recent months, and it left him feeling cold and anxious, and even, in the words of the friend, frightened. This is something that I've had some conversations with other influential people in the right-wing influencer world since my piece came out. And basically what they want me to know is that this is something they're all facing at all of the major right-wing media organizations associated with Trump. that there is no space for them to criticize Israel. And one figure I could point to, I've actually been on his podcast. He's one of the top right-wing podcasters. Like if you go to Rumble, which is sort of the YouTube alternative, because so many right-wing voices were being banned there, and even us, Chris, like more on the left, we get like demonetized left and right and suppressed on YouTube. So we've even turned to Rumble. But you go to Rumble, like Tim Pool is one of the first. If he's live streaming, that comes up right away, and so he gets enormous amounts of views. And I went on his show right after October 7th, and he gave me the floor and let me speak my mind. Tim Pool was summoned to a meeting with Netanyahu during one of Netanyahu's visits under Trump's second term.
Can I say that's really interesting as well? Like I'm all for, my position in culture wars and stuff like that. It all doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as left and right. There is only up and down. Remember that. No such thing as left and right. There's only up and down. And the coming together, like when someone like Max, who describes himself as left wing, is going on Tim Pool, and Tim Pool's giving him the floor so they can talk about like what's really going on in is not rail or something like that. Like that is dangerous stuff for the establishment. It is really dangerous stuff for the establishment because they need to have people divided along these political lines in order they just fight amongst themselves. But if they start sharing their conspiracy theories on the world and they start sharing their interpretations of events together, then they're going to start to use their bases, and their bases are going to be able to unify on certain issues, and then they're going to come after the establishment as opposed to just killing each other. And like I said, that's very dangerous stuff for any type of ruling party, organization, ruling class, whatever you want to call it. They want people divided. They love that people are influenced by particular echo chambers only and subscribe to certain theories of the world only, and like everyone else is wrong, and like you can't kind of cross-pollinate with ideas. Once people start cross-pollinating with ideas, and then people start putting all the dots together, that would make, I think, ruling classes extremely nervous. Cheese Swifts, Blumenthal's journalism is based on hearsay and YouTubers' opinions. There you go. Critical take there. Tim Civil War Pool. There it is. Cheese Swiss, obviously not a big fan of Max over here. Dilemmas, I wonder if Musk will acquire Turning Point and use it to push his political party. That'll be interesting. I wonder. I don't know. I still think Musk is MAGA. He's just kind of provided another option. Like I don't see him moving away from that. He's dark enlightenment. Remember? He's all for making America great again, as long as that means the end of democracy. I just wonder if, at this point, I bet they ditch MAGA, as they did with the Tea Party. Yeah, just a vehicle. And when the people become too demanding, right, they'll get rid of the movement because it's not serving the purposes of the people that are really pulling the strings, right? So yeah, MAGA revolting is a problem. They'll get rid of it. They'll crush the movement. But that's good. MAGA revolting and asking for an end for America's relationship with Israel, that would be the most amazing thing ever, right? Imagine if MAGA was able to achieve that. And MAGA would have done something that the left has been dreaming of for, since the inception of the state of Israel. The lefts have always tried to drive a wedge between the powers that put Israel into its position in the Middle East, to be used as some type of, state that will run interference campaigns and destabilize the region. The left has dreamed of someone coming along and severing their ties with the United States especially, and stopping them from being an effective force of influence over one another. And imagine if it was MAGA that delivered that, because the MAGA people out there were like, hey, we're sick of funding Israel. We want that money for ourselves or for American people, as opposed to supporting a foreign country. Tim, it's not a beanie, just a yarmulke on a little head. Cool. He knows not to fuck with the people that can cut off his gravy train. Yeah. He's not that audacious, is he? He doesn't seem to have that streak that Charlie Kirk had, which was kind of like Kirk seems to have questioned that and didn't want to be somebody else's property, right? Beholden to anyone else. Overly beholden anyway, let's be honest. He's still taking a lot of money.
Term at the Blair House where Netanyahu was staying with just a few other right-wing GOP affiliated influencers, like media influencers. And he was not allowed to talk about what happened. I think one of his co-hosts or guests brought up the meeting on his podcast, and he was, you could see he was extremely nervous, extremely anxious.
See?
And it's
there
like,
you go, dilemmas.
was he captured somehow by Netanyahu? I mean, the pressure that Netanyahu himself is personally bringing on the right-wing podcast world really shows his anxiety about the rebellion that's taking place among the youth. And after my article came out,
the youth, it's
which
Gen
got
Z.
over 100,000.
It's fucking Gen Z. Isn't that interesting? Gen Z across the world are rebelling against the establishment, and like people don't know what to do. The establishment doesn't know how to handle it. Like, don't get me wrong, they're being weaponized for various purposes, like American influence or interference, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, but it would seem that it's Gen Z that are deciding political discourse nowadays.
I did an interview just my
those
article
kids
came
out there,
which got over 100,000 views, just unique views on our website. And I did an interview with Tim Dillon, who's a very popular comedian about this, which has erupted. It's like 600,000 views now, just exploding across social media as people were already talking about this issue. Netanyahu takes to Twitter X for like the 6th or 7th time since Charlie Kirk's killing to declare that Charlie Kirk was a true friend of Israel. And this time it felt like Netanyahu was overcompensating and was afraid of the truth getting out, which is that, as Charlie Kirk's longtime friend told me, Charlie Kirk had grown to hate Netanyahu, as every U.S. leader has. Remember the open mic with Macron and Obama, where they're complaining, the hot mic, like in 2012 or something, and they're complaining about Netanyahu, and they're like, you think you have a trouble dealing with him. He calls me every day.
I wonder if this is true, because who was it that was saying that? Cheese Swiss. He's just all hearsay and YouTuber opinions. Let's see if our research assistant can verify this anecdotal evidence. Was there a hot mic moment around 2012 where Obama and Macron were complaining about Netanyahu and having to be answering the phone or answering his demands all the time? That's pretty funny if it was real, though. All these world leaders hate Netanyahu because he's just such a whinger or so demanding. Yes, it wasn't Macron since he wasn't president yet. The hot mic moment you're thinking of is in November 2011 G20 summit in Cannes, I don't know. It was between the US President Barack Obama and French President Nicolas Sarkozy. During what they thought was a private conversation, microphones picked up saying, "I cannot stand him, Netanyahu. He's a liar." Obama, "You're fed up with him, but I have to deal with him every day." That's hilarious.
That's where Charlie Kirk was. He thought he was a disgusting bully and manipulator. And so Netanyahu's worried that Charlie Kirk's base posthumously will start to take on that sentiment towards him. And you can see they're deploying Ben Shapiro everywhere they can. Ben Shapiro is like the leading media asset for Netanyahu in the United States. He just feels AstroTurf to me. He even jokes on Twitter about having 6 million followers, but he seems so sort of unlikable and talentless, and he's pushing a kind of form of warmed over, softened Trumpism that just doesn't feel authentic. And he was on Fox News with the other major Zionist enforcer in the media who Netanyahu helped personally credit with convincing Trump to bomb Iran, Mark Levin, just days before Charlie Kirk's assassination. And they were complaining about Charlie Kirk alluding to him allowing Tucker Carlson on stage this summer and saying, you can't have a big tent, you cannot allow these kooks in, and you can't be at the front of the church allowing a congregation of anti-Israel nut jobs into your realm. Then Charlie Kirk goes to the front of the church 4 days later, a sniper's bullet hits him in the neck, and Ben Shapiro comes out 24 hours later and says, we need to go on our own campus tours and pick up the bloody microphone where Charlie Kirk left it. The subtext is, we're going to go on those campus tours and we're not going to allow this anti-Israel stuff to come into our quote-unquote church anymore.
Let's talk a little bit about the...
Well, eh? Interesting. Israel should have spent less time lowering the Palestinian birth rate and more time increasing the Gen Z America fertility rate to create a whole new boomer generation to brainwash. Well, they seem to be the problem. Well, they are banning abortion because of religion or because they want more peons. Yeah, I guess it's important to have more peons, actually, right? Especially because this is all tied to the Great Replacement theory and the end of the white race and all that sort of supremacist language. Find the footage of Obama and the president talking. Yeah, I wonder if we can find that, actually. That might be funny. Give me a second. Yeah, like it's all, the end of Western culture and end of, I don't know, white people because of the Great Replacement theory and stuff like that. That's why that's why they want to ban abortion, because they want to save the white race. They want to save Western culture from being eradicated by, waves and waves of migrants coming in to Western countries and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, more peons makes sense, right? Like they do want to have more people to rule over as well. Because like if the culture dies and people start having kids, then like the rich and the powerful that control those societies lose their power. They have less peons, they have less plebs, less commoners to rule over. They may lose all of their power base. Anyone seen Shapiro's sister's fun bags? Oh my god. Definitely some superior eugenics going on there. Man. You're going to get us in trouble again, man. Jungle potatoes, if only. Shapiro is a gay guy that doesn't have sex with men. You're going to get us in trouble again, man. Can you even get that through on YouTube? Oh, surely not. No, you're not coming through with any of that. You came through with the fun bags one, not the gay comment. Just on my side. I just want to spread my seed. Well, you can do that. And like if you spread it to someone that wants to take your seed out, then that's not an option. So spread away. Just as long as you're doing it with Westerners. That's the main thing. Every political speaker at the moment is taking a break from public appearances, except Ben. Why he feels so safe when everyone doesn't. That's an interesting point, eh? There's one for the conspiracies. Hey, watch out, man. I see it all. Very interesting. Yeah, that's one for the conspiracies for you. Watch out, Dr. Nathan. No, I haven't seen the wet SSP word video. No, I have not. All right, so I'm going to leave it there. This goes on. So I actually suggest that you go through and watch this whole thing. Like they continue back and forth about the speculation on what like Israel has kind of on the right-wing influencer chain, the podcast community in America, and like generally what that means for American politics and like connections between kind of the Israeli deep state, I guess you would say, and the American deep state, and what that means for politics. So check it out. I just don't have time for it because I want to get to some other stuff that's been happening. Have you guys seen footage of Trump's UN stuff? I wonder if we can just find some highlights. So like Trump got on and did his UN speech, and it was pretty funny. He really went to town and basically chastised the entire highlights. I wonder if they're good highlights. I hope they are. ITV. I hope it's the good parts. Like some of it is fucking hilarious. Like watching Trump, right, go to the UN, and he's basically, not only is he saying that all of the countries are shit and they're not doing policy right, but he's also shitting on the UN itself. He's just like, yeah, and the UN's policy sucks as well. Like UN, they can't, the UN can't do anything. Its policies are weak. And like he's just talking about like how all these individual countries suck. Like he's just like the Brazilian president is right there, and he's just like, I just met him in the hallways and we had a moment, but I'm just talk about why his country is so shit economically, and it's because we've imposed tariffs on them, and American tariff, like the world needs America, so sucked in Brazil for having a shit economy, and he's just like calling him out for being shit, like right in front of everyone in the UN. He's just in a league of his own, Trump. It's quite funny watching him talk on such a prestigious platform. But there's some interesting like highlights. He talks a lot about climate change and like the entirety of this kind of sustainable development and sustainable, like green technological revolution being the biggest con job in the world. He calls the UN out. He's just like, you guys said in the early 2000s or something like that. He's like, you guys said that in 10 years time, like whole nations were going to be wiped out because of climate change. He's like, here we are, it's 2025. Where's that prediction now? Like when I predict stuff, it happens. I always get it right when I predict stuff, but when the UN does it, it's shit. You guys suck. And he talks about that. He talks about like wanting to end the problem in Gaza as well. So he's kind of saying that him, as the guy who's ended 7 wars, who should be getting a Nobel Peace Prize, has always wanted to try and finish off Gaza. And like, what's the UN done about Gaza? The UN's been doing nothing. And he just goes on and lists all of these achievements. Like basically for like the first 20 minutes, he's just talking about how amazing he is. He uses the line, my favorite Trump line, which is like, oh, America's so hot right now. So he starts talking for the first like 10 minutes, I think, about like how hot the American economy is. And then he goes on a massive tirade about immigration too, which is hilarious. Because he's basically just saying, like, all of you Western countries out there, your immigration policy sucks. Close your borders. We've done it. We've stopped the immigrants flooding into our country. We did it. You can do it too. The migration problem is out of control and it's destroying your country. And basically says you're all going to hell. Basically, like, as in not like the biblical style of hell, just means like I think he means your country is in a bad place right now, is all because of immigration. He's just for like 50 minutes chastising the UN and all of the world leaders there, like he's the headmaster at some type of school assembly or something like that, and they all just have to sit there and listen to him giving them, he's just attacking for like 50 minutes. So if you got time and you want some entertainment, go and watch the whole thing, but we'll watch some highlights now because it's actually finally, you're starting to enjoy the absurdity of Trump. It's been a great decade for his highlight reel. Look, you know, he's entertaining. He is really entertaining. Don't get me wrong. Okay? And yes, he's absurd, and you can enjoy it, especially in forums like this, because you just have these. It's a meeting of the most important world leaders out there, and he's just shitting on them, and they have to just take it like the whole time. It's hilarious. But like, yeah, watch the highlights. But if you have a chance to watch the whole thing, go for it. Yeah, sure. I've been fed the climate change crap since the early 90s in school. If it was real, banks wouldn't approve loans for beachside properties. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, let's have a look at some footage. I might try this highlight reel here. Let's have a look and see if it comes out with the best parts. Because like there's so much to poke a stick at here, but let's see. Boo ads. Boo ads. Anyone want a toothbrush? Apparently this it moves. Look at her. She looks happy.
7 months I have ended.
Yeah, here it is.
Twice in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years.
Look at me now, baby.
I ended 7 wars.
7 wars.
And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work.
So apparently his teleprompter doesn't work, and so he's reading off a book, which is outrageous. And like the escalator or something stopped on the way into the building for him to make his speech or have all his UN meetings and all that sort of stuff. But like he's up there saying that he's ended all these wars, which is highly speculative. We've looked at that in this stream, and like maybe you could say the one between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Like he's actually stopped the conflict there, but all the other ones like Egypt, Ethiopia, I think Iran, Israel, the 12-day war that he talks about constantly, India and Pakistan, like all of those are very contentious. I think he speaks about wars in Africa as well that he's helped with, like the Congo, etc., etc. And like it's highly speculative whether he's actually stopped wars or like there was like a ceasefire period, but that's how he frames it. And he basically just goes on for like 2 minutes and he's just like, UN, like they didn't even thank me. Like I'm doing their job for them. And they didn't even thank me. They gave me nothing, not even a phone call. They didn't even call me to say thank you for ending wars, which is what we're supposed to do, but I'm doing all your work for you. And like, yeah, it's just insane how he talks to people and gets away with things. It's really hilarious, actually. Did the escalator break because of Trump's fat ass? Yeah, potentially. Not because of the First Lady's fat ass, though. No, she's in great shape. Wait, is Jag in the house? I haven't seen Jag. No, what are you talking about, indoctrination? I don't think Trump is a PDF, but I could totally see Melania in black leather with us. All these big business guys like to be pegged. Oh my God. Seriously. No way did that one get through. No, it's not getting through. I just keep reading them out, falling for your traps. Gloating really is a thankless job. It's so good. Or whatever, put that Twitch comment up. Can't read the name. What's the one? The hello from Israel one? The bank line is being tongue in cheek. Why would banks approve loans for beachside properties even if they sink? The bank gets paid. Trump looks like he had a stroke. Look at the left side droop. Yeah, I've seen all those conspiracy theories, right? All right, continue.
These are the two things I got from the United Nations: a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. What is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words.
That's my critique. He's stealing from me, all right? That's my critique of bourgeois culture. Is like when shit hits the fan, people are just like, all right, that's it. I am going to send a strongly worded letter detailing my dissatisfaction with the situation and requesting that immediate steps are taken to put this on hold so we can address the situation in 3 months' time. Like, that's my big problem with bourgeois culture right there. That's how they sort things, because it's bourgeois culture is founded really on the legality of the middle class. And so it's all just, legal bullshit talk between parties that think that they can influence each other with words and letters and teams of lawyers, armies of lawyers. And it's funny, he's calling the UN out for being a tool of a bourgeois system. Eh?
And empty words don't solve war. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them.
They didn't even get the marble floors. That's the fucking atrocity. So we are living in a very, very tumultuous time on the world stage. You know, things are in political disarray, and Trump's there lecturing the UN about if he had built this building, they would have had marble floors by now. Hey, if I had done it, you would have had marble. Look at you guys now, sitting in this building, this piece of shit, eh? And you can't even solve world wars. You can't even solve wars. I've done it 7 times, and I would have done it, and you would have been sitting in marble. But look at you. You're a useless organization, UN. Useless.
You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. Millions of people came through that southern border just a year ago. Millions and millions of people were pouring in. 25 million altogether over the 4.
25. Now, last time we heard this, okay, last time we heard Trump rant about, and like his entourage, so his administration, last time we heard them rant about how many migrants or illegals came into the country because of the Biden administration, it was 12 million. 12 million. And that is an enormous amount of people, considering that they have a population of 340 million people. Like 12 million people is a huge injection into your local population in a 4-year period just from illegal migrants crossing the southern border and invading the country. Used enough, like, say enough people like that, and you can justify that you are under invasion. Now it's 25 million people. Man, Biden's legacy is immense. That's like saying 1/10 of the population of America came in and invaded America under Biden's administration in the last 4 years before Trump got here. That's mental. Millions. That's the problem with Trump. He's right a lot of the time. He just makes you not want to admit it. Australia has 14 million taxpayers, just for comparison. But like 25 million people? Where do you get the figure like that from? Last time it was 12 million. It's jumped. It's doubled.
4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed.
So basically what he said there was he made the claim, again, he's just there attacking the UN nonstop. And he's saying that it's the UN. I don't know why they didn't show the clip here, but he's saying that the UN has spent $900 million is the assertion that he made. $900 million during the Biden administration funding people that are seeking asylum, I'm pretty sure, in the United States. But he was saying they spent $900 million helping people that have relocated into the US to set themselves up there, giving them like debit cards and like help them with like their transition so they're legal, their paperwork and, accommodation, all that sort of stuff. So he basically said the UN is funding the invasion of America by illegal immigrants and giving them resources so they can come here and, take resources away from Americans. And the UN is helping invasion. That's why you hear that clip at the end there where he's just like, you're supposed to be stopping wars, not funding them. And so that's the attack that Trump has on the UN from this angle. But yeah, he's just constantly chastising them for various problems that he thinks that they have started. He's not wrong here. The UN is a joke when America always has a veto vote that can block anything they do. Yeah, it is pretty funny, isn't it? Literally. On the Security Council. I'm about to invade the shower wall with a few million white immigrants. The world has balance. Oh my God. Cherry Poppins. Did that even come through? No, it's just me reading it out. My God. Far out. The imagery.
Europe is in serious
Have fun
trouble.
in the shower, Jerry Poppins.
They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
So he had spent a long time kind of painting the picture, I guess you would say, that China was responsible for most of the world's carbon emissions, and they've actually increased their carbon emissions. So he's just like, if you, but someone like, you know, Europe, you've done all this work to get your carbon emissions reduced by 37%. Well, guess what? It means nothing, because China in the same time has increased it by so much that it, like, any progress you've made has been completely destroyed by China. So they're out there, they're selling you this story that you should need to reduce your carbon footprint. It's screwing up your economies because the energy and the technology is not there to replace fossil fuels. And so like countries like China are just playing you all anyway, because they've got heaps of coal, they've got heaps of gas, and they're building this stuff, and they don't care about the impact that they're having on the climate. But like, if you're there trying to, you know, reduce your carbon footprint, you're destroying your own economic interests and you're shortchanging your population. So don't fall for the trap, which is basically his main story on this one, which is, you know, it's an interesting take on that one. And it is really kind of funny how he frames it. And he's just like, they used to think of global cooling. Now they think of then they thought of global warming. And so now they just call it climate change. So if it gets hotter, it gets colder, it doesn't matter. It's all climate change kind of thing. It's a ridiculous simplification of the topic, and like just reducing it to its actual bare minimum in terms of just the vocabulary that goes into the issue as opposed to the merits of the issue itself. And that's why it's funny, because he's just doing word games as opposed to speaking about kind of, I guess, the merits of the issue itself. But like, he really takes a sledgehammer to all of this. And this is the conservative promise. We have read Project 2025 on this topic, and the entirety of the section dealing with energy, the Department of Energy, and what to do with America's stance on renewables, its stance on climate change as opposed to global warming or global cooling. It was all about wiping the entire of American policy framework from the federal to the local level, wiping the history books clean of any reference to green technology and climate change. That was all that Project 2025 was about when it came to energy policy, and like scientific departments within the various levels of the federal bureaucracy. Wipe the words climate change, wipe the words sustainable technology, wipe the words green technology, wipe it all out from every policy level possible. And it seems like he's delivering on the Project 2025 vision right there. Very interesting. He's a simple man for a simple people. Not all heroes wear capes. And there it is. Jerry Poppins has made the made the claim there, and that's where we'll sign off there on that one. So yeah, if you're looking for some fun, go and have a listen to that for an hour. Put it on 1.5 speed and churn through it. He traverses some interesting territory, but he really gives it to the UN, right? Not traditional world leader material in that sense, because he's not making friends by the way that he attacks them all indiscriminately. He really does indiscriminately attack them all. Now, I want to have a look at this because I think this is huge for geopolitics as well. And I'm assuming people will agree with this take that this is potentially a massive thing for geopolitics and the world stage at the moment. But Zelensky and Trump had a meeting at the UN. So I don't know if this is before his big address, but Trump seems to be having meetings with everybody. He's met with Albo apparently, and they started speaking about US and NATO and what should be going on, because as we're all aware, and if you're not, we'll just explain it because we dealt with this last week. Russia entered Polish airspace. I'm pretty sure it was last week. Maybe it was the end of the week before that. They entered Polish airspace. Poland is a NATO nation, and them entering with 19 drones, I think it was, into Polish airspace. They shot down the drones. The Polish did. But this is a provocation that is akin to an act of war, because you're flying drones, military drones, into somebody else's airspace and a NATO member. And so in response to that, Poland activated their rights under Article 4 of the NATO treaty, which is basically that all the countries have to come together and decide what their interpretation and their action is going to be in the face of this provocation. Then, just after that, they entered into Romanian airspace with drones, and then they just entered into Estonian airspace as well. And they did so for I think it was 12 minutes. They entered fighter jets into Estonian airspace. So Russia has reportedly been poking the bear. Now Russia, and just to give the kind of two sides of the story here, Russia has obviously claimed that this is not anything to do with them, and this is a Western psyop to try and take down Russia and get more aggressive in the war on Ukraine, and trying to find excuses to sanction Russia, which is what is happening. So Russia is claiming this is a Western psyop, and obviously the West is blaming Russia entirely for entering into NATO airspace, and they're going to decide to do something about that. So this is a huge moment at the moment with Russia/Ukraine war kind of relations and what's happening. And traditionally Trump in his Trump 2.0 has been rather fond of Putin and has wanted to kind of give him a seat at the table to discuss things. He's wanted to kind of accept Putin's kind of explanation of things and stories about why Russia has done what it's done in the Ukraine and what its intentions are. Trump's been ready to accept that rhetoric, but I think Trump has been offended by Putin because we saw them, a few weeks ago on the red carpet together, private limo ride together. They're speaking, Trump's assuring everyone that Putin's going to come to the table and speak to Zelensky. Nothing happened. So I think Trump has been, and this is the thing when it comes to Trump, it would seem that given his ego, it is actually quite influential on his foreign policy decisions. And so Putin has kind of shafted him on the world stage a couple of times and made him look kind of silly, let's be honest. And Putin had no intention, it would seem, of wanting to speak to Zelensky and figure out a ceasefire. Definitely wasn't interested in any type of peace, it would seem. And so Trump is starting to turn, it would seem, in his position about whether America should be getting involved in NATO, or specifically in more further involved in the Ukraine, and deciding what NATO should do about further Russian incursions. So this potentially is a big turning point, potentially, because Trump backflips like crazy, so it could change tomorrow. But Trump has openly spoken now about what he thinks NATO should be doing in response to Russian intrusions. Avalava, have the countries produced proof of these Russian incursions? That's the interesting question, and that's why I said the thing about the Russian side of the story, because I knew you would have something to say about this, Avalava. I knew you would. But like, let's be honest though, the Estonian situation with the Russian fighter jets that entered into Estonian airspace for like 12 minutes and then were like chased out by Swedish and Italian fighter jets, they were Russian jets. So I haven't seen the evidence of the Russian drones, but the evidence from the Polish is like, we shot down Russian drones. They were Russian drones. And so like, that's the proof that they have. I haven't seen the drones myself, and I haven't actually heard people speak about the drones. They just keep labeling them Russian drones. But I guess they're using that as proof. Did you follow the money mystery? Yeah, I know. Brian's like very upset with me right now. And like, no, I didn't follow the money. But like, you know, I can only go off the reporting on this one. And the reporting is these were Russian fighter jets. So unless someone's painted Russian symbols on them, and like changed, I guess, you know, their signatures to make it look like they were Russians as part of a psyop, which is potentially true, let's be honest. And Putin could be completely right that there's no proof that these were actually Russians, and this is just, again, some psyop or a false flag operation to, you know, aggravate Europe into wanting to be more belligerent, and then aggravating the US to sanction Russia further and get involved through NATO. It could be a false flag, 100%. But again, the claim is that they were Russian fighter jets. So I guess that's the evidence. Razor 511, yo, what's up? Well, it wouldn't be strange when America funds a criminal entity solely based on killing any opposition. Well, it wouldn't be strange when America funds a criminal entity solely. Well, what criminal entity are you talking about? Which one? There's so many criminal entities out there, it's hard to keep track of. Zelensky really believes that Trump will stop his war. Trump will abandon him when Russia pays him. That's pretty funny. I sent you something on this a week ago. Keep up mystery. Over a week ago. Love the backup. This bloke's out of touch. Yeah, E. Pick up your game. Yeah, I'm trying. Okay. What do you mean you sent something to me on this a week ago? We spoke about this a week ago. And like, this has come up again. Like, this has just come up. Like, literally, Trump's just had this meeting. So, America's biggest fear is the Slavs and the Krauts teaming up. You don't want Russians storming your border with German engineering. That's interesting. Well, I just don't think the diplomacy is there anymore. I don't think the Russians and the Germans really see eye to eye. Something massive would have to happen on the European world stage. The European stage to allow Russia to be accepted into the arms of Western Europe again. There's just too much division there. Too many psyops. Florian, I'm back, baby. I'm back. What did I miss? Well, we spoke about potential Israeli involvement in Turning Point USA and Kirk's assassination, potentially, and threats to his safety for not playing ball with the Israelis, which is really interesting. You should check out Chris Hedges and Max Blumenthal discussion on that one. And then we saw the highlights from Trump's UN appearance. I watched the whole thing, and then they've cut it down into highlights, and it's pretty funny. Trump just basically gives it to the UN for like an hour, just telling them how crap they are. From everything to like them not stopping wars and them falling for climate change, to them not choosing him to redevelop, to be the developer for the new UN building, and they could have all been walking on marble floors if they had just picked him, kind of thing. It's pretty fucking hilarious, actually. And now we're up to, there's been a meeting, Zelensky and Trump met to speak about what's going to go on in the Ukraine and with NATO, and like Trump's kind of seems like he's taking a position, it would seem, on what to do with Russian incursions. Trump relies on a pressure policy, and you have to do it and do it to scare you. If that doesn't work, he starts with sanctions, and then later he asks for negotiations. It's his arrogance. It's his art of the deal, actually. That's him. That's how he has been trained. The age of empires is over. Putin will never see his again. Quote from some guy in Estonia. Yes, yes. The age of empires is over. That's very interesting. But Putin, he wants that Russian claim. Russians have claimed certain territories for hundreds and hundreds of years. You know, whether good or bad, like for the region, whatever, throughout history, things have changed and conditions have changed. And the Russians have been instrumental as a political force on the European continent and were instrumental in, you know, helping relations with other countries and all that sort of stuff. So like over the trajectory of, you know, 900 years almost of Russian history, you can't say that it's all unequivocally just evil Russian thoughts. They've been massively influential in the European continent politically, and people have come to them for, you know, protection and support, political backing. So like the history of Europe is so, you know, so riddled with intrigue. You know, it's hard to say that every time they have empirical, what's the word? Empirical objectives and visions, that it's just part of this big game of just dominating territories around them. I do believe that Russia's empire building interest in this day and age does come down to part of their security as well. Like they see having a buffer states as a massive importance to their security, like in Moscow and stuff like that. It's a big issue for them to make sure that they have room to defend themselves so people can't roll straight into Russia. Trump does not threaten those who respond strongly. He only uses aggressive politics against those who fear him. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's true. That's his... But like that's like what Americans can get away with, right? And the American president can get away with. All right, sorry.
Yes. Mr. President, do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Mr. President, any update on your talks with President Putin, and do you still trust them?
I'll let you know in about a month from now, okay?
President Trump, your message
to provide Ukraine with the security guarantees the same way as European allies?
Well, that's later down the road. We'll be talking about that. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to talk about that a little bit later on. It's a little bit too early to answer.
Why do you think Mr. Putin is not willing to meet with both of you?
President Trump, your message to President Orban, who is refusing to stop buying Russian oil.
Well,
so two things that really happened really fast, but like it's really important. Trump was asked directly, should the Europeans that are in NATO shoot down Russian threats in their airspace? Because remember, we had fighter jets. So the allegations go, Sully, Avalava. So the allegations go, we had fighter jets from Russia entering somebody else's airspace. Now, if you have fighter jets, it's not like shooting drones down. Like fighter jets, obviously, they are manned. So you're talking about like killing people and whether that should be sanctioned or not. And Trump's been like, yes, go for it. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Shoot him down. And so like it does appear that Trump has had a bit of a falling out and like his bromance with Putin is on the rocks at the moment. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen again, but it does seem that his bromance is definitely on the rocks. And they're, you know, directly asked whether or not America, are they going to get in on the security guarantees for Europe? Are you going to join us in a fight against Russia, which may be coming? You know, it may be coming to crunch point where Russia's starting to poke the bear in Europe because it sees that like this is its chance to, you know, to have an all-out offensive here. They've got Belarus there up against Poland. They're going to start to surmount a larger offensive. Is America going to have our back? And like he didn't really answer it though, did he? He said, "We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
With the security guarantees the same way as European allies
Well,
do?
that's later down the road. We'll be talking about that.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to commit the US to anything at the moment, which is interesting. I think it's really important geopolitically. He's happy for the NATO members to start shooting Russians down when they accidentally invade other people's airspace. You know, shoot them down, get rid of them. But like US, I'm not going to really commit them. Not until October 10th, and we know who's won the Nobel Peace Prize. Then he can start deciding whether or not he's going to commit Americans to another war.
Hopefully, we'll be in a position to talk about that a little bit later on. It's a little bit too early to answer.
Why
that
do you
question.
think Mr. Putin is not willing to meet with both of you?
President Trump, your message to President Orban, who is refusing to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, he's a friend of mine. I have not spoken to him, but I have a feeling if I did, he might stop, and I think I'll be doing that.
Thank you.
What progress do you think has been made on ending Russia's war against Ukraine since the last time you saw President Zelensky?
Well, the biggest progress is that the Russian economy is terrible right now.
So this is the story, right? Because like that's what Trump's doing. He wants to sanction Russia heavily as opposed to, I guess, doing anything militarily. And he's putting the pressure on the Europeans. He said it like a week ago or two. He said, look, you want American support, then stop living off Russian energy. Stop taking their gas, stop taking their oil. You're part of the problem, which is, you know, fair enough, to be honest. You gotta call a spade a spade. And if the Europeans, on one hand, want to stop the Russian aggression in the Ukraine, but then at the same time, they're like, but we do like Russian gas and Russian oil, and we'll buy that directly or indirectly, mostly indirectly, but they're supporting the Russian economy because that's where the Russian economy seems to get its backing. That's where it has the point of entry into the Russian economy. It keeps Russia alive. But the Europeans, classic bourgeois economy, they can't wean themselves off Russian energy supplies to stop the existential threat, which is an altercation with Russia in Europe, like a full-on altercation between NATO and Russia. They just can't help themselves. Like, I think someone described it as kind of like a heroin addict the other day, and that's what, like, the bourgeois economy right there. They can't dislocate from Russian energy to stop the existential threat of a war. You know, people are going to die in serious numbers, and they're just feeding that potentially because they can't get off the Russian oil. And he was just like, you get off that, and then we'll talk about America helping you out with security. If you can't even get out of your own way on the energy front, don't ask for American troops to go and die on the plains of Western Europe. So, you know, it's a fair call. If he's supposedly a Trump, like a president who wants to stop wars and not send America into any new wars. Really, NATO shouldn't exist anymore since it was made to suppress the Soviet advancement, and I doubt America and Russia, probably the two biggest Christian nations in the world, are going to war, especially since the Kirk revival. Interesting call. And you know what? I think most people would agree with that, especially in this type of stream, all right? I don't think anyone believes that NATO has any legitimacy, especially in the face of the fact that the Soviet Union's gone. NATO really only existed to help stop the evil Soviet Union from spreading communism across Europe, when, you know, it looked pretty likely that the communists, after they were able to liberate Europe from the Nazis, the communists and like all these local communist parties and chapters and whatever were going to take power in all of these countries that were recently liberated. And the Americans worked hard to make sure that, you know, everyone got a bit of democracy and didn't go down the evil communist pipeline. So that was the point of NATO, was to build an ideological barrier between communism and Western capitalism. And yeah, does it have legitimacy? I don't think anyone would really argue with that one. I would like to see if anyone has a difference of opinion on the point of NATO. I would question the energy providers on that one. I've heard people being paid for contributing to the grid in terms of renewables. So that seems like that's an equity problem. I've heard of people being paid for contributing to the grid in terms of renewables. Oh, wait, you're talking about the, oh, you guys are still having that conversation from before. Right. This is about net zero. The capitalist haven't figured out how to monopolize solar and wind.
As you know, it's crashing. And that, frankly, Ukraine is doing a very good job of stopping this very large army. It's pretty amazing. You know, this is a war that should have ended in 3 days, 4 days. People said it was going to be very quick, and you got to hand it to the Ukrainian soldiers and everybody involved. It's still going on, and that's not a good thing for Russia. This was supposed to be quick, and so, you know, Russia doesn't look very distinguished, having taken 3.5 years now, right? It's about 3.5 years of very hard fighting, and it looks like it's not going to end for a long time.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the latest alleged drone incursion into Denmark? What do you think of that? And
where are they?
Into Denmark, Copenhagen. Denmark is saying that there were some drones that shut down airport, possibly Russian sabotage.
Possibly. Did you hear that one, Avalava? More conjecture. It's just an anti-Russian sledging match going on over here. So there's another incursion. If you heard that, like, only happened like hours ago. I'm pretty sure people started talking about it hours ago. Was drones which have interrupted kind of airspace and like movements at airports and stuff like that in Denmark. So like it's ramping up, and whether or not you believe this is real or not, or like again, it's part of some operation plans to try to ramp up NATO belligerence and to get people moving on the whole what to do with Russia question, and like, you know, but like Trump's taken steps already on this one in terms of ramping up NATO, because he said when he first got in, he's like, I'm fucking pulling out, and if you guys don't figure it out, if you guys don't start spending more, don't expect America to cover the cost anymore. It's not fair, it's not happening. And so they have actually ramped up their spending from like, what was it, 2%, 3% to like 5%. Most of the countries have actually ramped it up. So like they're gearing up for this. They're gearing up for war. They are gearing up for war. And it only takes like matters like this where you can, you know, blame someone, like an incursion into airspace and all that sort of stuff. It only takes a few of these moments for people to start firing at each other and, like, you know, it turning into a full-blown conflict, right? Trump says it's been 3 years of Russia not finishing it, but they've been demolishing the NATO equipment as their capacity for military production is abysmal compared to Russia. Yes. Yeah, that's true. And like I said, Trump has been putting pressure on them to ramp up the spending. But it all goes to exec paychecks. Yeah, isn't that funny? Because basically all the spending is like buying American weaponry. It's not as much spent on actual production. Not at the early stages anyway, because they had to reinvigorate their military production that they kind of let go of and stop spending on because of the promises of neoliberalism and globalization, right? Dr. Nathan, we'll find out if there's any legitimacy to NATO when the flotilla reaches Gaza, while Turkish and Egyptian navies are doing cooperative drills in the area. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I wonder what Turkey's position is on all of this, right? But they're in NATO, so I guess they got to come to the party too. If someone calls, hey, it's war, an attack on one is an attack on all, they signed up to it. No, sorry, they're in the EU. I don't know if they're actually in NATO, are they? That's a good question. Is Turkey in NATO? Since 1952. There you go. Turkey still plays a key role in NATO today because of its strategic geography, borders the Middle East and the Black Sea. Do you think Do you think Trump will stop the Ukraine war or any other wars? Of course not. He won't do that. Well, according to him, he has stopped 7 wars. So I don't know about that. He believes that he's going to stop wars. He definitely believes that he's going to stop wars. You've been easy to disconnect from Russian energy. Would have been easy to disconnect from Russian energy if Europe didn't go down the climate change road and shut down their nuclear power and push for solar in Britain. Just the cloudiest country of all. I used to get paid for contributing to the grid. Then the government changed the feed in tariffs. Been getting more expensive ever since. Yeah. The flotilla was attacked about 3 hours ago. Oh, there you go. It's happened. It's happened. Russia outputs so much more compared to NATO. They do it for purpose, not profit. Turkey, in particular, has been showing his discontent with of Bibi, though he's still a cuck trying to play both sides. Well, they are in a very precarious position. He stopped 7 fake wars. I can't believe Trump would be this noble. He is noble. Hey, look at him sitting there with that face. Hey? He's definitely happy about his work.
Will the U.S. have a material response?
Well, I have no response until I find out exactly what happened. I know about it, but they don't know what happened. But we're going to find out very soon.
Sir.
Would you back up NATO allies? You said that you thought that they should shoot down the Russian aircraft. Would you back them up? Would the United States help them out in some way?
Depends on the circumstance, but we're very strong toward NATO. NATO stepped up. When they went from 2% to 5%, that was great unity. Trillions of dollars is being pumped in, and they're paying us for the weapons that we send. But that was a big day. Nobody thought a thing like that could happen. You had countries that weren't paying 2%, and now they're all paying 5%. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of weapons they're buying, and they're buying them from us. They're buying them from the U.S. In the old days, Biden gave them everything, gave them $350 billion worth of money and weapons.
He can't go without talking about fucking Biden administration. So good. He's been in office for long enough now. He can't stop saying, well, Biden did this.
A lot of money and a lot of weapons, and we got really not much for it. We gave the money to Ukraine to fight, and they've proven they're very brave. I mean, look, they're fighting, and this is a war going on 3.5 years, and people thought it would be over quickly because Russia's a big military power, and Ukraine, I tell you, they are good fighters. Got to hand it to them. They have a lot of courage, a lot of guts. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's rather interesting. Because, I think Trump has held off on, and people have held off on what it is that NATO members should be doing in response to Russian incursions, whether they're real or not, of course, the Russian incursions. But Trump openly saying, shoot them down. I think it's a potentially big moment, and that's how it has been received and responded to by NATO itself. I'm pretty sure NATO have said that they're not going to take it. I was watching the NATO chief basically describe how he thinks everything's context driven, obviously, about whether or not they should engage in Russia if it, accidentally falls into Russian airspace. Sorry, NATO airspace again. Whether they should actually get in contact, shoot down the perpetrators or not. And they said it's obviously context based, but yes, we're not going to put up with this stuff anymore. So they're trying to use strong language, but Putin seems to be kind of just poking away and seeing what happens. Razor 511, definitely not a Trump fan. It would seem he might stop imagining wars in his mind, but he won't stop a real war. He even used the excuse of wars in his election campaign and didn't stop any wars that he promised to stop, yet they believe him. Very interesting. Aglika is in the House, Albania, and Azerbaijan. Yes, that's like he's at the one of the wars that you're talking about that he stopped. He stopped the conflict between two parties there. Ukrainians, they're so hot. They got hot fighters. They're hot, almost as hot as the American economy. Thanks to Trump, it's got so hot right now. America's so hot. Love when he says it. It's my favorite part of any Trump press conference when he says something is hot. All right, we're gonna leave it there for the main part of the stream, and we're going to be doing some Rome Total War gameplay for the next like hour or so. So yeah, thanks for your interactions today. It's been an interesting stream. We covered a lot of territory, I think. So yeah, thanks to everyone who's been involved. And you know, if you want to continue the discussion, hang out for the afters. Like I said, I'm going to play a bit of Rome Total War, and we just chat and like talk about, I don't know, philosophy. We philosophize on stuff, and yeah, people go off in the chat about various things. It seems like there's been a big discussion about net zero going off today in the chat. So like maybe people want to continue their debate about net zero. Voltator's in the house. How are you going? Hey, we looked at Stephen Miller's speech. I don't know if you were around for that, Voltator, and just lurking in the background before, but yeah, we were looking at Steve, and then we compared it to the Goebbels, the Nazi propagandist, his speech. So that was very interesting. So I'm glad we did that. Reality Pixel's in the house too. How you going? Trump's morality clarity isn't a moral clarity is an extra 3%, please. Yeah, that's the cost of getting some type of decision out of Trump. Another 3%, at least. We want to see 3 more percent. All right. We will be back. So don't go anywhere if you want to continue the discussion. All right, we're back. I've been a little busy lately, but I had my PC on for a while. I was out. But yeah, the Stephen Miller one was crazy, man. And we compared it to the Nazi speech. A Nazi speech. We would just pick one at random. And the Nazi speeches were better. They made more sense, to be honest. Like, way more sense. But Stephen Miller was very much echoing that sentiment. It was a little bit scary how he was doing it, to be honest. Trump's goal, dilemma is Trump's goal for boosting defense spending. Sorry. Fuck, that was loud. Trump's goal for boosting defense spending has nothing to do with security and everything to do with people buying American weapons so they can delay their crippling debt for another generation. Yeah, 100%. Because like all the playbook for what to do with NATO's spending has just literally been a strong arm tactic for them to buy American weapons. It's going to take them ages to recover their military production to get to a stage, like a decent stage where they can really defend their own interests. So yeah, it's just all going to be pumped into the American military industrial complex, right? Reality Pixel, I was here, but messages aren't getting through. I can see the messages on my monitor, so at least I can see them, but I saw your Trump's moral clarity is an extra 3% comment, unless there's other comments that I haven't seen. Trump is so hot. No, sorry, America's so hot right now. Goddamn, so hot. I think that should be okay. I'll change this window so you guys can see it. Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, where's the YouTube chat? Bring it up. At least you can see that. Yeah, I've been reading a few speeches at the moment because I keep seeing people reference them. It's very interesting seeing how they ramped up their rhetoric as the Nazi party gained more influence. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I've seen people make that comparison. They're just like, oh, it's so much like this speech or that speech. And like Indoctrinathan put like a cutout of like Grok confirming whether or not there were Nazi overtones to Stephen Miller's speech. It's crazy. It's crazy, isn't it? And it's like the language of warfare. That really is what they're doing at the moment. It's such hardcore war rhetoric. It's us versus them. Stephen Miller can't even explain what us versus them is. Like, who's this they that they're speaking about? The Nazis were doing such a better job of describing. You know, he was explicitly in the speech that we saw, Goebbels was saying, like, you know, we have internal and external threats. Like, Stephen Miller's just broadly speaking about, I guess, threats to their ideological partners. So they're really more concerned about, like Stephen Miller's more concerned about trans Antifa than any actual threat. Like the Germans were in Europe, and like Europe was kind of a very divided place at that time, and everyone was vying for like kind of colonial imperial power. And so there were threats, right? There were actual threats between competing European countries. Where America is like, who's really threatening America? Like, let's be honest. They're definitely threatening everyone else. Not everyone, but mostly. Mostly. Shall we do a battle? I remember I was saying the other day that I wanted to use my imperial policy, or my policy of suppression. It was very simple. It was just make these people really angry, and then they'll rebel against me. And it worked. I put up high taxes, because like I can't control the populations when they get too big. Like even if I put in amazing infrastructure, they still get angry anyway. So I pulled out, man. And they rebelled. And so I'm gonna take them down, I guess. Wait. Where's the actual army? Oh, I have to wait. Damn. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Fight the rebels. I will fight the rebels. I just need to lay siege to them. So, give me a second. I'll fight the rebels. Fight the rebels. Who's in for the afters today as well? Who have we got? Let me know if you're hanging out. If you're just lurking. I'm just lurking. It's all the divisiveness that they use to justify militarized policing. Reading them, I feel like I'm reading what I'm hearing at the moment online. Like even how the Nazis kept referencing Marxists, evil Marxists, evil communists, not like the glory of the National Socialists. Maybe think of how they use Marxists as the enemy at the moment. Yeah, and it's a particular 21st century version of it. It's especially Trump. Yeah, and he speaks about commies a lot. Like I remember being surprised when I first heard Trump on the campaign trail started talking about how people were communists and stuff like that. The communists are coming, and Kamala Harris is an evil communist and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, there is no way in hell that somebody who actually describes himself as a communist would call Kamala Harris a communist. So funny. Kinda, but I'm just busy with the report. Jungle. Yep, got it. Good luck with your report, by the way. Reality Pixel. I'm lurking. At your service, Mystery, for military advice. Thank you. Finger red number 1, lurking. I love how it can't show me the emojis on the monitor screen that I have. It just reads out what emojis are. Everyone's lurking. Enjoy your lurking. Enjoy. So you want to do a battle for IS, my military advisor. Oh my god, I can retrain them. That's so good. I need desperately to retrain these ones as well. I had the most hectic battle yesterday for IS. I'm telling you. Here, in this settlement here, Saris, they had 2 armies. 2 armies. And I had to take them on. I was kind of wedged into a corner. And like look at this, like the devastation. Like some of the units only have 9 people left in them, 2 people left in them. I don't know how they survived. But like we won, man. We won. We did it. We won. A chance. Your popularity among the people of Rome is unmatched. The plebeians would welcome you as a new savior of Rome. Should you choose to march in the city, now is the time to deal with the old men in the Senate. Does that mean I can march on Rome now? Is that what that means? Like I can just walk over there and take Rome. That's crazy. Should I do it? I think I want to... Mr. E's pull-out game is just too strong. Lurking, helping me paint a wall right now. I think someone's doing, I'm assuming, domestic chores on painting. Painting is not my favorite thing to do, I must admit. Like if we're talking about like, painting a wall because you need to decorate a room or something. Or just like, I'm here, but I'll check out soon. Have a lover. Do it. Cross the Rubicon. Okay, fair enough. You can turn on the SPQR. All right. I have to start consolidating my forces then. Because once I do that, the entirety of like Rome is going to turn against me. The Scipii, the Julii. I'm going to be fucking at war with everyone. It's crazy. I have to shore up my forces. Then this is going to be the new front against the rest of the Romans. Interesting. Oh, I can't even build stuff there. You suck. Oh, yes, I can. Sweet. All I can build is Town Watch. Shit. Interesting. Lurking while finishing work. Everyone's just chilling today. But Scipio and Julii will turn on you. I know. That's why I need to shore up what I'm going to do. My defenses. To really shore up my defenses. I've been meaning to ask, but have you collabed with anyone other than Geordies? Just feel like you've got more viewers from that word of mouth than anything. Yeah, 100%. It's all from that word of mouth. Or that exposure. Yeah. No, I've done like collaborations, like very impromptu stuff with like randoms, but no, I haven't. I've been working in the background to try and do the stuff. Like Avalava's actually been assisting greatly with that. And so they're definitely working on it, but no. It is a good way. I've actually reached out to some like small scale content creators like myself, who are in similar veins, but like it's led to nothing. So I don't know if they're not interested or they, I don't want to be involved in that type of stuff. Exactly. Because like they don't have like, it's not live stream stuff for them. They're like, they make pre-edited, pre-recorded videos, video on demand, as they say. If you want to manage morale, you can destroy other cultural religious buildings. It's not, it is not real as fuck, but it works. Yeah, I've started doing that to some of them as well. Need some juicy local mysteries to solve for the next Geordie appearance. Yeah, that's where I'm from. 100%. I saw this video that a mainstream YouTuber made on the horrors of communism. He made the claim that communism requires a leader and someone with that much power corrupts So communism doesn't work. I disagree, but any thoughts? Well, like, I agree to this extent that, you know, any leader, like, that adage is actually power, absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. So if you give any leader in charge of any system too much power, it corrupts. So yeah, in societies that have described themselves as being communist, and just because they put the word communist there doesn't mean they've achieved some form of communistic economy. It just means they literally call themselves communists. And if they have some strongman leader that's a psychopath that makes policy decisions that lead to the deaths of millions of people, then yeah, that's fucking outrageous. And like, that power is horrible. But let's not like kid ourselves that there hasn't been leaders that have been given extraordinary powers throughout history that have made policy decisions that have led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people. Like, the Americans have done it already. There's arguments to be made that with USAID and the funds that have been cut from USAID in terms of providing medical relief to areas in the global south, that decision to cut aid and medical assistance will result in the deaths of tens of millions of people, potentially tens of millions of people over the next decade. And so that's akin to when everyone argues that, you know, Stalin is evil because of the Holodomor incident. Did I say that right? Holodomor incident, like in the Ukraine, when they kind of starved all of those people, and things like that, of that nature. And with the what are those peasants called? They're like rich kind of peasants. I can't remember what the name of them are, but they were wealthy landowning kind of peasantry that he marched across, you know, wiped them all out. Like, these were all policy decisions that Stalin was making, that, like, you know, affected the lives of millions of people and led to starvation and all this sort of stuff. And so, like, yes, I do believe that people that have too much power make bad policy decisions, or just make outright egregious decisions, like against humanity, crimes against humanity, people are just deciding to wipe people out completely. And yeah, communism has that same potential. If you call it communism, and someone that calls themselves communist, they have the same potential as any other type of ruler to, you know, do some horrible things. But like, I don't believe, and this has been my point, that anyone's actually achieved communism. Just calling what you're doing communist, or calling yourself a communist party, doesn't make you achieving communism. Communism is a type of economy. And I think communism economy is based on the idea that there's no class system, there's no private property. When I use the word private property, I mean, in the truest sense of the word, private property from a Marxian perspective is like, no one owns the means of production privately. And so, like, that is communally owned by everyone. And like, as a result of that, like I said, there's no class society. There might not even really be a need for any type of money, because people trade and do things based on pure exchange. They exchange stuff with one another. And so, like, yeah, if you want to call Stalin a communist, if you want to call Mao a communist, then yes, communism is responsible for some horrible shit. But I don't think those people were honestly communists. Just my opinion on that. I think those policy decisions, there's been policy decisions that have been incredibly evil. And, you know, people have been kind of, in the face of decisions that need to be made for the greater good, like, people have been kind of, you know, used as cannon fodder, or just neglected, completely neglected. Reality Pixel Media, I first saw you on the FJ podcast. Has anyone seen any Ian Carroll videos on YouTube? I still haven't made my mind up if he's legit or something sneaky. I don't know, Ian Carroll. If it's Twitch, I find that you kind of need to get a community and get to know them, and then you. Once you're known and liked, then people will be very willing to shout out and raid you. Yes, yeah, I find, yeah, Twitch is different. And so, like, if you have a community already, then like Twitch works really well like that. So like, I've been able to do that. Like, if I was just starting out on Twitch, I'd just have 0 viewers like all the time. And if I was lucky, people might just accidentally stumble across it and then start joining. But like, I had people already on YouTube. And so once I started streaming, people coming over to Twitch a little bit. And so I get a little bump because there might be people on Twitch watching because they prefer to go on Twitch than YouTube. And so like it helps the algorithm there. Do socialist versus capitalist debate. Do a socialist versus capitalist debate with Joe Jamal as it pertains to Australia. Soak up those juicy turning point newbies. Joel Jamal. I don't know who Joel Jamal is. You guys really have all these names, especially you, Dilemmas. Joel. I'll look Joel Jamal up. Joel Jamal. I think the same way. I think any form of communism would require a large collective of representatives of the working class. And with today's technology, I think we could easily set up that system where everyone can have a say in decisions. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Like, I think, with the technology we have, and that was the promise of communism in this day and age. And when I say this day and age, I just mean this point in history. This day and age is all encompassing of the last 300 years of capitalism compared to, the tens of thousands of years of civilization that we've had, or hundreds of thousands of years of existence as like Homo sapiens sapien. And so, yeah, with the technology we have now, we wouldn't have to revert to primitive communism to get communism. We don't have to all go back to being hunters and gatherers and living off the land. I don't think the world's population is obviously way too big to support everyone living as hunter-gatherers. We just don't have the resources for everyone to be able to do that. But with industrial society, we have the resources and we can plan production and we can do things that supports large populations like what we have now in large concentrations. But we have to plan for it and we have to own the things collectively and we have to make decisions collectively, which is what you're saying. I truly believe that if you have a party that controls everything in the interest of the workers, fine. They might start off really well and they might have really good workers' initiatives, but they probably will just turn into a new ruling class that wants to reproduce themselves as a class and then has class interests, and then that's in contradiction to the rest of everybody else. But if you have like workers' democracy or like democracy in a communal sense where everybody has an option to get in on the decision-making process, that's the type of communistic society that will come with a communistic economy. An economy which is based on that central principle or that central idea, which is, from each according to their ability and to each according to their need. That is like a legitimate thing. If you've ever lived in a community, like a strong community environment or a large family, like a really big extended family, it's what people do. They kind of just help each other out because they know shit or they can do shit and they can provide shit. And they expect, like if they need stuff, like things to come back again. And so like if you've lived in an industrial society that had mega abundance, then you could sort it out where people just kind of take what they need and like provide what they want to. And I think that is really, really crucial, is like people, kulaks, that's the one. Thank you, Ron. It's the kulaks. Yes. Yeah, everyone kind of has a talent. That's what humans, like if you look at like the way that humans organize themselves socially, it's usually like everyone's pretty diverse. That's why we all have, like, I think, different personalities and we have different talents and we have different skills, different things that we're inclined to do, different interests. It's because it takes a lot of people to live socially as humans. We're not ants. Ants are like, you're a worker ant, you're a soldier ant, you're the queen, or like something like that. And like everyone's got a set position that is built into the way that social organism works. But like humans aren't really like that. There's not like a soldier a human and a worker human and a queen human that just pumps out babies. We're completely adaptable in terms of our skill sets and like our personality types and, you know, our inclinations. And so I think a communistic society really is trying to create a playing field where people can have that style of individual freedom, where people can, hey, speak for yourself, I'm an ant, where people have, like, you know, their basic necessities covered, like they have whatever fucking housing they want. They want to have like whatever food, I guess they want, whatever access to like water and education and healthcare that they need just to survive. And they can basically be like, well, you know, I feel like I like this stuff. I like being a marine biologist. And then they will just work on that because it's their passion. And then like society will be better and the planet will be better because we gave them the resources or the support as a big, lovely community kind of thing to then be a marine biologist. And then they fucking, I don't know, save the whales or some shit. And then we all get to enjoy whales. Or like somebody like just loves fucking engineering, or they love fucking AI. And they produce super intelligence because they just love it, instead of they're doing it for private interest so some company can take over the world fucking economy and destroy like opposing militaries. They just make super intelligence because it's safe and like it's going to help humanity, and then we all get to enjoy the abundance of super intelligence and AI. Like I think, you know, that makes kind of sense, that like if you look at how humans have evolved and how we've lived and we've socially organized ourselves, it makes sense if we could turn industrial society into a situation or economy like that. And it would be diverse, it would be egalitarian enough to have what you're saying, that where everyone can have a say in decisions. Well, so, and so like no way has any society ever come close to that. So you can call yourself communist all you fucking want. Okay? But that doesn't make you a communistic economy, I don't believe. Oh, Ron's in the chat. Yes, Ron's in the chat. The world needs open source social media platforms without advertising. Yeah. And like socialistic economy would give you something like that. I'm here. Ads are a complete pox. I 100% agree, Volta. Dilemmas, American communists. Man, I just want to work my farm and be left alone. What do you mean, your farm? The farm comrade. YouTube is more like traditional television. Twitch is like community center. Entertainment is kind of secondary there. It's more about making friends and building communities. It's like it's like Summary said, you got to get out there and make friends. Sorry, it's like Mama always said, got to get out there and make friends. I need caviar and lobster to live. Sorry, commies. Hey, you know, in a good communistic economy, you should be able to get caviar and lobster as well, right? Like, why not? If you can plan the economy well and you know what people's individual needs are, because you just have such sophisticated technology as opposed to just randomly producing stuff like you will in capitalism. And then like artificially create markets where they really weren't markets there before, but just so you can produce shit for profit, then like, you know what? Afters, lad, let's say stuff. I disagree on the big family statement. I come from a family of 50 plus from my grandparents' one side. None of us would expect anything from each other. Everything is freely given. Everything is freely given and gratefully received. But like, that's what I was saying. Like people, but like if people were desperate and they would like expect that they would get support from the family unit, like they would have security in knowing that they're part of a larger social organization, and people like, maybe not everyone will come out and help you, but like there'll be enough people to help you out. So like maybe they were just putting on semantics there with the word expect. But like, I think that if you're part of a social unit and you've helped people out, you kind of hope for the reciprocity, that if you needed something, people would be there to assist you. I don't think there's a problem with expecting that, to be honest. It's just how the give and take of being human, we all exchange in one way or another. And there's no judgment in that. That's objective as opposed to subjective. It's not about going around and coming around. No, I think you've kind of misunderstood what I meant by that. It's the boys at the sesh. Give a cone, receive a cone. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about Australian smoking culture and American smoking culture as well. They were interesting in America. They were definitely like kind of egalitarian in the way that they smoked with the people that I was with. They were kind of like, you know, they have different like bongs there, and they have party cone pieces. So like it's like, you know, 3 or 4 times the size of an Australian cone piece. And so you hit, but you don't just like, you don't punch the whole thing like it's a fucking achievement to punch the whole thing in one go. You smoke a little bit and then you pass on to the next person and then you go around the circle. I found that with Australians, definitely they're like that as well. It's very egalitarian. But I was really disappointed when I smoked with Europeans, not all of them, but like the Europeans I was smoking with, and they were like, they rolled like a spliff, and then the person who rolled it and brought the weed was kind of just like smoking it until they didn't feel like smoking anymore, and then passed it on to the next person. And like they smoked like fucking 3/4 of it, and like everybody else had like hardly anything. And like they, like if you were just lucky enough to be next in the queue, then you got more. And then if you were lucky enough, it cut around to you. I was really disappointed with their smoking culture, actually. I was really fucking disappointed with the Europeans on that one. But the Americans, yeah, very kind of, you know, everybody gets some. And the Australians that I've smoked with anyway, like, you know, if we're all going to sit down and smoke together, you know, it's like everyone kind of has a crack. That's communism, right? Like, you know, we got stuff. Let's just make sure everybody gets a fair crack at it. Yeah, nice. We're getting some mystery smoking tips. I'm just saying, you know, everyone has a verified account linked to a real ID. Like we have passports for voting. There could be some sort of verification for extra security. Where did that one come from, Walter? Is that something I missed in the main chat? That wasn't a European issue. That was just a douche. That was a douche. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But like, yeah, these people that are, yeah, these Europeans, there was different European circles that I've smoked in, and I saw that behavior a couple of times, and I was very disappointed with that, actually. I felt like it's massive, overwhelming sense of injustice too. I was like, what? That's not how you do it. This is like a group thing. Like, you know, come on. What's wrong with you people? If you think the Australian government is going to let you make a commune without paying them some kind of tax, you're dreaming. Hey, we are not. Oh, just scroll up. All right. %100 agree. I think the same way. I think any form of communism requires a large collective of representatives of the working class. And with today's technology, I think we could easily set that. Okay. Everyone has a verified account linked to a real ID. Like we have passports for voting. There could be some sort of verification. See, like, that's the thing. Like, would you even need ID in communism, right? Like, who cares? Like, if you've got a system, right? And like, I'm talking about a system that's global, which is what Dilemmas is like taking shots at right here. So it's like, yeah, sure, you could have a commune, but like some government's going to try and want a piece of that. But like, I don't think you can get to communism when there's still capitalism around. I want to make that distinction. I think there is capitalism. There is a transition between capitalism and communism called socialism. And I think that is a difference. That is a difference. I know people, conflate the term socialism and communism, but that is not my opinion. I do think there is a transitional period. I think socialism is, as like kind of the Leninists would describe it, as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Like Marx makes suggestions to it. Lenin, as the revolutionary Marxist, takes it to the next level and says, no, this is exactly what Marx was saying. It's the dictatorship of the proletariat. And so, like, at the moment, we live in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. We live in a bourgeois society, whether you like it or not. And, like, they don't rule as, like, one unified class that decides everything. They rule as a group with class interests. And so they set up things like the UN, and they set up things like, you know, national governments, so they can control the policy decisions, the politics, the economy in their individual countries, and then on a world stage to, like, reinforce their class interests. They're not unified. They're not unified. They fight amongst themselves. But when it comes to like fighting against the, like, you know, other classes, the bourgeoisie will unify to make sure that at least they protect their own class interests against others. So like they will set up policies to make sure that they regulate the working class and they control the working class and the working populations of the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we live in a bourgeois dictatorship at the moment, and and socialism would be a workers or a proletarian dictatorship. So we would set up societies where the democracy, as you were speaking about before, this communal culture, or like this democracy that where people make decisions. It's done by the entirety of the working class. Now that seems really difficult. I get that, and that's why most socialist experiments or communist experiments have just used as a workers' party or something. We're like, yeah, we'll take care of the politics and we'll call ourselves a workers' party. But I don't think it's really the workers taking control of the entirety of society and making calls. I think you could do that through like, you know, unionization and syndicalism and things like that, where like working people make decisions in the economy. They like an entire industry, like the entire healthcare sector gets together and forms a union and a group, like a council or something like that, and then they go and federate with other unions in other industries to make decisions about how the country should be run. That would be a workers' democracy and a workers' dictatorship of the proletariat. And that's socialism. But like, once you have a long enough period with the socialist economy, which is planned and is controlled by workers, then the idea is that the state will wither away, needing to have any type of state apparatus. And then the private property relations themselves start to wither away as a result of this new workers' control. So the state exists to enforce property relations. That's how Marxists, I guess, see the world. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Private property is something that is like protected by the state. And so if you have a situation where like workers take control of the economy, eventually they'll make decisions about production where private property or like their dominance over the means of production is not really important. And so the state will wither away, and then people will kind of not need a state or like even really need to work anymore or produce things on a mass scale in an organized way. And like people can just start to do whatever they want, move around freely. It's the apogee, the apex of individual freedom. People work less and just do more of whatever they want as humans. And so like, I don't even know if you'll need, this is a really long way of saying, I don't know if you'll even need ID in a world like that. Because like, if there's no state, will there be national boundaries? Like the idea of socialism and communism is it's international. And so like, if you really lived in a communist society, it would be rather global. And you could like, let's say you woke up today in Sydney and you decided you wanted to go to, well, I don't know, Nepal, or if you wanted to go to New York, you just go there and you just go there. Like no passports, no required, no ID, no nothing. And you'd get involved in politics locally and voted on things wherever you resided, wherever you decided. Maybe for the next 5 years I live in Sydney, maybe the next 5 years I live in Wellington, maybe the next 5 years I live in Singapore, who knows? And I just get involved in the economy there and like and move freely and live freely. Hello, Mr. E and gang. Sorry to get off topic, but have been talking to a family in Gaza who really needs support right now. Remag, tell us more. How did you get in contact with a family in Gaza? That's crazy. We're off topic here. You still need to name and shame a country with poor smoking culture. Okay. Who is it specifically that I smoked with that had poor smoking culture? It was the French, to be honest. What is Discord, by the way? The Discord? Oh, fuck. I can't believe you haven't been in on the Discord yet. Maybe I haven't done a plug in a while. Whoops. Yeah, let me give you the invite for Discord. Oh, shit. Why did I just do that? Whoop, wrong button. Yeah, come and join Discord. Yeah, that's actually how immigration used to work. I know, right? And then like the state became really, really important for capitalism. And so like they had to regulate workforces. They had to regulate the workforces. Typical. Of course it's the French. I'm in Adelaide, both the serial killer and the weed capital of Australia. That's why America's falling apart. Their rights only work in a society if you have a righteous and religious person. Once you're not bound by the morality of religion, You allow for any behavior. Well, like, look at the religion they've got at the moment. Like, they're using religion to really justify some heinous stuff at the moment. They're going to use Christianity to actually justify, like, some, authoritarian shit and taking people's rights away. So, I don't know. And only an hour and a half from the meth capital, Murray Bridge. Damn, heavy. That's heavy. Yeah, anyway. Oh, wait, you wrote something else entirely. I think we could easily set up like a government website, encrypted and secure, that is modern and easily accessible. This site could be used to vote on everything in society. All laws and legislation can be advertised with supporting documents and studies and backup claims and policies that people want to be implemented. Representatives that get to decide how funds are used and allocated could be voted in based on their education, and other experts in their field could write their opinions on legislation. Something along these lines could work, but more fleshed out. I agree. About 6 months ago or more, me and 4AS did a whole podcast where we discussed how we could use like technology and AI and all this sort of stuff to, make a more democratic society and make democracy easier and more direct for everyone. So you don't need representation. You could literally, just have everyone, I don't know, sign in the morning, like they check their fucking emails and just be like, all right, there's like three things to vote on today. And everyone like logs in with their MyGov account or something like that and just goes tick, 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 tick on the pieces of legislation they care about, or abstain from shit if they don't give a shit. And they just click the button and then they're gone. And then you don't need the whole apparatus around representative government, and you can have people directly involved in that. And you just have technocrats who make policy, and technocrats and advisors, which is what we have at the moment. They make decisions on like policies in certain industries, and they formulate the policies, and then we vote on them. And like, that's it. You have the technocrats that handle the technical stuff, and like people vote on what they think is necessary. So it's the democracy and the technocracy without the middleman, like bourgeois representative. I think we could definitely do that, but that wouldn't be socialism or communism. That would just be like a better way of doing democracy now. Voltaire. But like, yes, we should be using our technology to make this work. And in the future, if we got to socialism or communism or something like that, I reckon the technology would take care of all of that immensely. It would do all the work for us, to be honest. Or the, sorting things out. And Cooper's beer, all the best things, Good equals Christian, bad equals everyone else. Dilemmas. Canberrans will fight you over that. Remag off social media. Have confirmed them through photos. On the ground details they provided, passports, birth certificates, medical. I can provide more details, but please check link and spread it around if possible. Interesting. Are you on Discord? Let us know if you are. I put the invite in, so if you want to spread a link around, go for it. I think there needs to be education requirements for those people. Yeah, look, and nothing, Rome's not built in a day, but look, we have education now, and I would say that most people are pretty politically, what's the word? Yeah, I don't want to sound scathing, but pretty politically illiterate. Most people don't care about politics. And so most people might not actually care about politics if you gave them individual freedom, in a communistic setting. They might be like, fuck that. I'm not interested in politics. I much prefer, using my hands and building stuff, or I much prefer mathematics or something like that, or I much prefer, coding. And they don't care about the politics at all. And so they just abstain from everything. So, but yes, people need to be more educated politically. But I think if you give people more of a say, they get more politically active as well. It's people that have really been kind of disenfranchised with the system that are just fuck it. It doesn't matter anyway. Voting doesn't change anything. Why do I care? And then they become apathetic because it feels like they are powerless. But if you give people more power, then they start to have more of an appreciation for it. Has the 1 year trial that started about 5 years ago of weed being legalized in Canberra, where the politicians live, and nowhere else, completed yet? Australia needs to do a referendum votes, a state election needs to do a referendum votes at state elections to actually achieve democratic decisions. Also, we should elect our Governor General to have oversight over the party. Emu export is the best. South Australia is it's decriminalized, plus you can get prescriptions easily. Oh, wait, sorry. I thought Cooper's was from Perth. Is SA grow your own decriminalize? Yes, which channel should it go in? Ooh, I don't know. Good question. You can put it in the general chat if you want, and people can check it out. Yeah, put it in the general chat, maybe. And just like tag at everyone. No, we can't grow in SA anymore. Very sad. See, they took your rights away. If we had true individual freedom in a communistic setting, then you could grow your own. Man, it's funny. Like, I really feel like I asked everyone if they're just fucking lurking, and everyone's gone fucking off about weed as well. It's so funny in the chat. We either get down with philosophy and politics, or we just talk about drug culture. Fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. I like drugs. Drugs. I will do that later. Thanks. To be expected of open-minded people, in my opinion. Yes. And like, surprisingly, like there's certain the give. Yeah. Surprisingly, like, and talking about open-minded people, like Ron, for instance. Ron, you surprised me with certain references to drug culture and stuff like that. And like, because I assume certain conservative people are just like, no, that's wrong. How do you actually, Dilemmas, this question's for you. How do you reconcile your conservatism with your paleo conservatism with your recreational drug use? Because like conservatives, I guess aren't big supporters of drug use, I guess. I think. No, maybe I'm generalizing. It just shows you maybe that the working people of the world aren't convinced by conservative notions on that issue, and the working people have decided that drugs are okay. Drugs are fine. Ooh. City expands. All right. I've been smoking since 13, never really been an issue, lol. I wanted individual rights and non-aggression principle. The conservative side is more when it comes to family structure. Okay, fair enough. Japanese are able to buy our beef, gas, and Tim Tams cheaper than here. And Cooper Stout. Cooper Stout is a very nice beer. But I don't care what people do in their own lives. I just happen to believe that the nuclear family is the best option to create contributing members of society. Mr. E, is it conservative to restrict people or is it authoritarian? Well, but like, being conservative is wanting to restrict people on certain things. Like most conservatives, like depending on how conservative you are, but like let's just say you're an American conservative generally, you do want to shit on someone's right, like for bodily autonomy, like to be able to have abortion. You want to stop people from, I don't know, having homosexual relationships. And you want to stop people from breaking the sanctity of marriage. So if they get married and have kids, then they should stay together to make sure that the kids grow up in a well-structured family environment. Like there are a lot of restrictions. Au contraire. Okay, so like tell me, what's the conservative approach then? What are your thoughts on social reproductive theory, Mystery? What's social reproductive theory, Avalava? All I know is like a Marxian take on social reproduction, which is that the economy, the base, tries to reproduce itself, and the superstructure on top of the base feeds back into that, like dialectically, and society reproduces itself based on the mode of production. Abortion isn't a right. We're taxed. No, well, bodily autonomy is something that should actually exist if you do believe in like people like having basic freedoms. People should be able to choose what to do with their own bodies. That's why we're talking about like drug culture. Like people should be able to just take drugs if they want to. That's bodily autonomy as well. Whatever chemical state that I'm in, induced, whatever, is my right. Unless alcohol felt a term. I was so surprised how cheap alcohol was. Abortion is infanticide. Ah, right. Okay. Well, then what about gay marriage then? Or what about people getting divorced? How about those questions? Abortion is infanticide. That's heavy, bro. That's heavy. Social reproduction describes the reproduction of social structures and systems mainly on the basis of particular preconditions in demographics, education, inheritance of material property, and legal rights. Reproduction is understood as the maintenance and continuation of existing social relations, originally formulated by Karl Marx in Das Kapital. This concept is a variety of Marx's notions of economic reproduction. According to sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, there are 4 types of capital that contribute to society: reproduction in society, economic capital, cultural capital, social capital, and symbolic capital. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was speaking about. The idea that social organization, social structure tries to reproduce itself based on the economic base and the superstructure, I guess. Human sacrifice is as old as humanity, and abortion is another play on this. Taxation is theft. I personally feel there should be higher taxes on things that harm society more so we can recover the costs and the side effects. Yeah, externalities. Yeah, I agree. Not after not reading that myself, but listening to you read it, it may not be what I was trying to get at. I was thinking of Harriet Fradd. Okay. I'll have to look into it. Ron, is masturbation also infanticide? That's pretty funny, actually. It's a fair call. Is it? Is that? Man, the afters are going off today. I am continually surprised at what happens in the afters conversation. Everybody continues to surprise me. Especially all those people that said they were lurking. They're coming out of the woodwork now. I have an opinion. So good. Dilemmas. What about when priests fiddle with choir boys and the church covers it up? What's your point? That's what I would like to know. Or are you just pointing out contradictions in all priests are the same? Each denomination thinks the other is wrong. They all may as well be atheists. Pronounced fraud. Oh, Harriet Fraud. Lovely pronunciation there. Yeah. Very telling. Taxation is a way to redistribute resources so that holds the power. Do not hoard everything for themselves. Saying you don't want taxes will just further siphon all the value to the top, 0.001%. This would cause more violence. Poverty breeds violence. I think it's a really good point. I think if you're going to stick with a capitalist system, then yeah, you got to tax, because if you live in a world where the only kind of, I guess, tool that people who aren't the bourgeoisie have is like organization and like policy, then like if they can change policy to redistribute some of that wealth so they can get like more benefits from them, because like capitalism does work as like a pyramid scheme, right? It just funnels the wealth upwards to the top. Then like if you can change policy to redistribute some of that wealth so you can get, you know, shit like, I don't know, healthcare or like education, or like some of that redistribution is done, is necessary, and is done through taxation. But that's if you want to stay with capitalism. If you can move away from a society based on capital, like maybe taxation won't be important at all. I don't know, just a thought. I'm all for taxation, just think it should be for everyone instead of just for the poor side. Public services should be for everyone, not just the poor. So it says, so it shall be known. Should be aiming for a world with as little of the deadly sins committed. Excess profits is greed. All right, I have got to bounce. I do apologize to kill the conversation, because people are getting nice and philosophical today. But yeah, I do got to bounce. So, yeah, thanks for everyone who's been chatting today. It's been an interesting one. I'm sorry if I don't say all of you. If you've been listening to this, Dilemmas, Dr. Nathan, Jerry Poppins, Jungle Potatoes, 4AS, Jerigar, Razor R, 511 was in there too today for a bit. Avalava keeping the stream chat down. Reality Pixel, Aglaco was here. Who else? Voltateur coming in towards the end. Keeping us down with the philosophy today. Ron coming in at the end too. Remag. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining in. And we will be back tomorrow with another stream. So until next time, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are mystery. See you soon. Cheers.